Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. It is May 24th, 2022. Of course, if you are watching this after the fact, please be sure to click on my channel so that you guys may be able to watch more recent videos and or live streams that could be talking about more current weather. Otherwise, we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I think there's going to be a sleeper risk for hurricane force winds in this event here today. So I would not be surprised, and it might be on two different sides. We might have two different waves to where we could have hurricane force risks. This will be impacting much of Texas, including the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Portions of Austin could get into the activity, and even portions of Lubbock, Abilene, San Angelo, stuff like that could potentially be impacted here today. So we'll get into that here in a second, but for right now, let's go ahead and start the stream, shall we? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another severe weather live stream here, where we are going to be talking about all sorts of areas that could be impacted. If you haven't already, all right, now is the time to share the stream with everyone else so that we can continue to get this information out with as many people as possible. How's everyone doing today? All right, let's start out with that. Let's start out relatively safe. Let's start out with a bit of compassion here. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing in the chat? Let me know. But we do have a risk for severe weather here today. We have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Let me move my Epic pen so that it's not blocking everything. We have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale right there in the orange. 2 out of 5 in yellow, 1 out of 5 in green. So if you're in the orange or in the yellow here today, you should be watching severe weather very, very closely. Speaking of severe weather, there's a severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for portions of extreme southeastern New Mexico, as well as into western portions of Texas. This does include the areas of Lubbock and Odessa, so if you're over there, as well as towards the Hobbs general vicinity and south of Clovis, I highly recommend you guys monitor severe weather here today, especially since the Lubbock area last night actually had a near miss with a relatively strange supercell, I'll say that much. that produce numerous tornadoes and stuff like that. So Lubbock, you guys are unfortunately under the gun here today, and we're going to be hopefully continuing to watch out for you guys more and more as the stream continues to progress. A lot of people are saying they're good in the chat. I feel so much better. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. The rest that I had yesterday was exactly what I needed, and now I feel so much better. You probably can hear it too in my voice, although that probably will die out within the next, I don't know, 3 to 4 hours, because I'll talk like, you know, it's no tomorrow. But regardless, all right, you can tell I feel so much better, and I'm excited to be here today to cover the severe weather for you all. All right, let's get into the parameters here. We have a 5% chance for tornadoes over portions of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, extending to almost to the Louisiana border, as well as all the way back over into portions near Odessa and Snyder, as well as Abilene. Unfortunately, Abilene's radar is out today, so you can't really do a whole lot about that. But areas near Big Spring, La Mesa, as well as San Angelo, Brownwood, areas near Killeen, Waco, Corsicana, as well as Lufkin, Longview, Tyler, Paris, Sherman, and Dallas. They're all in the risk for tornadoes here, but it is a 5% chance for tornadoes, which basically means there's a 5% chance of a tornado spawning within a 25-mile radius of a certain point. So, still something to note. I mean, it's not absurdly high, but it is still a decent chance for tornadoes. And, you know, just to, you know, hammer the nail into the coffin a little bit more, just for reference here, and for people who don't know, there was a large tornado that occurred yesterday, luckily in a relatively rural part of Texas. All right, it was in a 2% chance for tornadoes, and that storm continuously produced large and extremely dangerous tornadoes, with even satellites revolving around the one large tornado. And that occurred at a 2%. All right, so the thing of it is here is that if you're in the green, all right, so you can zoom out here, you can see the large 2% across the board. A 2% chance for tornadoes may be low, but it is not. It is not a 0% chance, okay? So in the off chance that something does happen, you got to be sure to watch out for it. If you're in the risk for severe weather in any stretch, of course, you need to watch out for it. But the main areas that are expected to be impacted today are in the areas of the yellow and the orange over here in the portions of New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. So, as I said, please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. And I really do appreciate it when you guys do that. If you guys see anybody new into the stream and, you know, they just got on or something like that, all right, please be sure to tell them, hey, to help this guy out, hit that thumbs up button down below as well. That way we may be able to continue to spread this out with more and more people. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. And thank you so much. Let's get into some of the supporters here. Gabe with the 3 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, you are super cool. It really does mean a lot to me. Evelyn Rose with the 11 months. Absolutely phenomenal. Thank you so much for being devoted to the channel for quite some time. So thank you so much. And I'm doing great, actually, Evelyn. I'm actually doing pretty well. Besides the fact that there's a fly that's flying in my room and it's annoying the crap out of me, I'm doing absolutely phenomenal. Vasily with the 532, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says we actually had a PDS tornado in upstate South Carolina yesterday, and I actually was going to live stream that too. I was going to live stream the German event, and then I was going to live stream the South Carolina event because those surface lows do weird stuff, and they, well, did weird stuff. But as I said, I was kind of sick yesterday, so I wasn't going to be able to do anything. But I really do hope that the people who were impacted of that aren't severely impacted. I know it was quite the tornado that occurred, but I just hope that people are all right. I really do hope that they are okay. Let's see. Mark with the 13 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And thanks for the kind words, Mark. You've been a constant supporter of the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. And Triforce with the 13 months as well. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. All right, so let's get into the main activity here. Here's our severe thunderstorm watch. It has been issued over portions of Roswell, or I should say Roswell, Hobbs, Carlsbad, and areas south of Clovis, New Mexico, as well as into portions of Kermit, Odessa, Crane, Big Lake, Big Springs, Snyder, Andrews, La Mesa, and towards the Lubbock areas over here in Texas. So if you're in those areas, you do have a risk for severe weather. To quote the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center, it is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time, with scattered large hail likely, with isolated very large hail events and upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely, and a tornado or two is possible. Now, I want you guys to know, all right, if you are in that severe thunderstorm watch, I actually think that the damaging wind gusts could be higher than 70 miles per hour. I actually, just based off of what I've been seeing with the models and what they've trended lately, I think we could be making a stretch for hurricane force winds within some of these areas, and I would not be surprised if that was consistently the case. So, and that would be specifically towards the eastern sides of the severe thunderstorm watch. I think as it starts to pass through Lubbock, La Mesa, in towards the Odessa general vicinity, I think that's where we can start to see a stretch of severe weather to where we could potentially get hurricane force winds. So if you're in any of those areas in central or in western portions of Texas, I highly recommend watching out for some significant severe weather that is eventually going to progress further eastward. But we'll continue to watch out for this more and more. And then of course the torprobs within the I should say severe thunderstorm watch 25. So 25 for the people who don't know what that is. The probability of 2 or more tornadoes is identified within the first set of numbers that I say, which is 20, and the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is in the second set of numbers. So 20 is the first probability, and then pause. 5 is the second probability. So 20% chance of 2 or more tornadoes within the severe thunderstorm watch, and a 5% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes within the severe thunderstorm watch as well. El Dorado's in the 2% chance for tornadoes today, so I would tell them to watch out. There's going to be a lot of scattered severe weather activity here today for your general area, so I would be mindful of severe weather. I really would be mindful of severe weather. Let's go ahead and start taking a look at some of these storms. There's actually a radar that's a lot closer, so I might move Lubbock's radar over here just so that we get a better perspective as to what these storms are doing. Is the area usually that big? Looks like all of Texas to me. It really depends upon the severe weather event. So in this case today, we have 2 waves of severe thunderstorms that are going to be moving on through, and that's the reason why the risk is so large. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning over here. We actually have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that exist. One, I believe, in Georgia, the other one here in New Mexico, and the actual severe weather risk. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for Chavez County in New Mexico. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail with this one, and you can see where exactly those hail actually, those hail sizes are within quarters. I know that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, so let's try and rephrase that. You can see exactly where that hail is coming from within these storms. You notice how here on the radar, we have areas of red and pink that indicate higher amounts of activity, a lot more stuff present within that area. And so wherever you see the dark reds and even pinks in some spots, that's where there could potentially be some hail. And it just so happens that this one north of Elkins and Acme could potentially be the area that could be producing your quarter-sized hail, maybe even larger than that as well. I'm looking at this here from the maximum expected hail size, and it's actually saying that this could be making a run to 1.5 inch sized hail, which would be around ping pong ball sized. So it's in a relatively rural environment as of right now, but this will be heading off towards US Highway 70, towards the Boaz and Elkins area, as well as Kenna. So if you know anyone who lives over in that general vicinity in New Mexico, I would probably tell them to get indoors, and if they have any pets or valuables, to bring them into some form of shelter as well. But these other storms back behind this doesn't really seem to be all too significant. What the heck was that? Sounded like a gunshot. Sheesh. Alrighty, well that's fun. I would go investigate, but I'm don't really want to at this time, so we're just gonna kind of let it go. Grand Island, Nebraska is not impacted today. Jeez. Yeah, that's fun. Well, anyways. Let's go and talk about the current weather, or at least not the current weather. Let's actually take a look at the forecast. And we'll zoom this out here so that you guys can see. Yeah, you guys heard it too, right? Well, anyways. Jeez. Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look here at the simulated radar. And we can see how these storms continue to progress. So that's in Eastern. Time is above me, of course, as you guys know. And as this continues to move on through, you'll see that a lot more showers and thunderstorms begin to increase in coverage, more or less, over here, into portions of southeastern New Mexico, even into portions of eastern New Mexico. You also see that we also have a line of showers and thunderstorms that begin to start to form here, extending from basically areas near Lubbock all the way down to Del Rio and into portions of Mexico. So that would be something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And then we also have some more showers and thunderstorms that are going to begin to form here across portions of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And so basically anywhere within these storms that I have circled, you're going to see more and more severe weather activity begin to increase. And you notice how this storm right here that moved from New Mexico into eastern Texas is moving very rapidly, very rapidly. And I do believe that there is going to be some very strong damaging winds associated with this particular storm that could potentially stretch it up to hurricane force winds and maybe even larger. So that would be something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And then we also have the storms that are forming once again across the areas from Abilene down to San Angelo as well as Del Rio, and the storms that are forming over here along the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. That's going to begin to increase in coverage here, and more than likely sometime around 5 to 5:30, sometime around that time period in Central. And you can see how it becomes very expansive. You have a new line that begins to form and starts to bust its way through the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. And so that'll continue to move out and even further towards areas like Paris and even towards the Tyler and Lufkin areas. So that would be something to watch out for. And then a big line that continues to extend all the way through even further south as well, hitting portions of San Antonio, Austin, and even a little bit earlier, Killeen as well. So that'll be something to note here as this continues to progress. But the good news for right now is that they're not expected to hit you guys at this moment. All right, it'll be a lot later on this evening so that the people who live within these areas could potentially be impacted. And because they know, or at least the people who are in the stream know that they're going to be impacted, they have a lot of time so that they can prepare accordingly. If there's, you know, like a severe thunderstorm warning, they can bring all their stuff into shelter, have their cars and bring it in to some form of carport or, you know, some form of parking garage, something like that. If they have any pets outside, they can bring them inside just for the duration. You know, if they are outside, they can seek some form of shelter. You know, that's the big thing there. That's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to get this word out ahead of time, so that way when the storms actually move on through and we're talking about them, when we call people cities and towns and stuff like that, they know what to do. All right, they're already prepared and they can already, you know, go ahead and start to do whatever they need to do so that they may be able to be safe. So that's the big thing there that we are trying to do here today. So when I say, hey, if you guys know anyone who lives in these areas and let's go back to the full screen here so that you guys can see. If you guys know anyone that lives in the yellow or in the orange area, okay, they are expected to see the brunt of that severe weather, specifically in the orange area. So that, you know, that means that these people need to have a form of action, a plan of action. So that way, when severe weather moves on through that area, they may be able to have a plan of action and may be able to be safe as those storms move on through. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and share it with friends and family who may live within these areas. because that's the big thing here. As I said, trying to spread the information. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That would be greatly appreciated if you guys would do that. And we already have over 500 people watching right now, so I really do appreciate you guys actually, you know, sharing this information. So let's continue to do so, all right? If we continue to get this information out, we'll be able to continue to hopefully save some more lives. All right, we have a severe thunderstorm watch here. New one that has been issued for portions of Abilene all the way down to the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, as well as towards areas near Paris, extending all the way down to Waco, Killeen, Kerrville, Del Rio, and then all the way back up towards San Angelo. So very expansive risk for severe weather here today. Scattered large hail events to isolated very large hail events in upwards of 2.5 inches in diameter likely. We also have scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely. Once again, I said that there could be the potential for those wind gusts to actually be higher. I actually would not be surprised if it actually was higher. So you really need to watch out for it in that regard. As a matter of fact, the most common damage reports, and you know, when it comes to severe weather in general, is actually from strong damaging winds, believe it or not. And so if you're going to have a widespread event with strong damaging winds, that is a lot more areas that could be covered that could potentially get, you know, some form of tree damage and stuff like that. So it's one of those things to where people need to take this seriously as this continues to move on through. And of course, a tornado or two possible. So the prob specifically for this, another 25. So another 25 probability for tornadoes. And if, as I said, if you guys don't know what that is, it's basically the first set of numbers that I say, so 20. I'll say something like 20 or 30 or 40 or 10 or 5 or something like that. The first set of numbers that I say is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes forming within that specific watch. And the second set of numbers, in this instance, it's 5, but it could be like 10, 20, 30, 80, 90, stuff like that. That'll be the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes within the watch as well. So that's the one thing there. But yeah, so we have a 25 or a 25 severe thunderstorm watch with the tornado probabilities on that. So not a exceptionally high risk for tornadoes, but the wind event is going to be the main thing. The wind event is going to be the main thing that'll produce your strong damaging winds, in my honest opinion. Wilmington's just going to get a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. I don't anticipate them to get too much, but there is the risk, of course, for a tornado to form. A tornado. All right, let me do this here real quickly here, chat. There's specific people that I have looked through, and I need to fix it in a bit, but there you go. I don't anticipate too much, Jasmine, until the beginning of next week. The beginning of next week, when there could potentially be some severe weather. If you guys have any pictures, please be sure to send them in on Twitter at Nate_Snyder so that I can continue to get perspectives. Something like that. Supercell line as it starts in Zapata County. Jeez, that's crazy. There was a tornado. Ooh, so I think Morgan actually covered that tornado. EF2 tornado in Canada, which is pretty crazy. Let's go take a look. I want to take a look at the storm that's off near Hobbs. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for that. What would be the closest radar? Unironically, it'd be at Odessa. So let's actually go to Odessa's radar here. And what in the world is that? Why? Well, that's a storm that has some rotation in the upper levels, so that's kind of interesting. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning here for Lea County. All right, Lea County in New Mexico until 2:30 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. But if we take a look at the maximum expected hail size here, take a look at the maximum expected hail size, you can actually see that it's actually larger than that. You can see the scale on the left-hand side, and the oranges indicate 2-inch sized hail or larger. And so we have a good plethora of that. Actually, it's 2 1/4, okay? 2 1/4 inch size hail. That is going to move on through the Maljamar as well as the Lovington areas here in New Mexico. So if you know anyone who lives over there, and then eventually towards Hobbs, they definitely need to watch out for this very, very closely. Would not be surprised if they got another shot of this. Excuse me. Scusa. Something's caught in my throat. But Hobbs could eventually get this in about an hour, so there's a lot of time before this actually gets through. But there is, this is a storm to watch out for, 100%. I do think this is going to be a storm that'll continue to maintain, especially with the environment that it's in. There we go. Yeah, Morgan covered the Canadian tornado event on Saturday with the giant derecho, which was pretty crazy. Any update on Grayson County, Texas? Let me take a look. Did a very good job covering the severe weather outbreak in Germany. Thanks for the work and knowledge reading radar. No problem. Hey, as I said, if I was not sick yesterday, I would have covered the severe weather event yesterday in southern portions of Germany. I really would have done that, but unfortunately, I was a bit under the weather. Grayson County, I do think they will see some severe weather this evening. It'll be a lot later on, though. Probably at the start of it will be sometime around 5 or 6, something like that, but yeah. What about the Dallas area tonight? Dallas is going to get hit tonight. They will be hit sometime around 5:30. So. Yeah, Morgan is here, and I am alive. We did have a large tornado last night. That was a pretty crazy tornado. Morgan covered it on his channel. Which, if I can't stream, Morgan will stream. And, it's a good 1-2 punch, right? What? It's still going. I wonder if they're doing construction outside. I wonder if they're doing construction. It could be the thing. This is definitely not a Cape bomb. Yeah, they did have a big area of wind damage. But apparently there's been a tornado that has been confirmed as an EF2 in Ontario. Euless, what's happening in Euless? Let me take a look. Derecho in Canada was wild. I used my property and home are unscathed, but all my friends and family have varying degrees of damage sorted out. Yeah, I'm telling you, that event right there was really crazy. And I'm still kicking myself that I couldn't stream it. But it was just one of those things where Morgan was doing a good job. I was like, you know what? Go get him. And Morgan got some Canadian viewers as well. The big thing here is that, of course, I'm obviously still trying to grow my channel, and I'm still trying to get information out to more and more people, because if I can get my name out to more and more people, then people can trust me to cover their severe weather and stuff like that, which is hopefully what we're going to try and do a lot more often here. But I also want to grow Morgan's channel too. All right. Morgan, I feel like, has great potential as what, you know, not just with what he does, but what he could do. And I definitely see, obviously, excuse me. Obviously, there's room for improvement with me. There's room for improvement for him. There's room for improvement for everyone. All right. But I definitely think that if Morgan can just gain traction a little bit more and just do it a little bit more frequently, he'll be able to be something on YouTube as well. So he'll get there. He'll get there. He will. So we have a storm here as I have changed over, because I did notice it while I was talking about Morgan. The storms are now starting to form. Okay, the storms are now starting to form here. As I said, there would be a band of storms that could form from Del Rio all the way up to Abilene. And we already have a storm here that's approaching San Angelo. So San Angelo, alright, if you know anyone that lives near San Angelo, they probably should watch out. They probably should watch out because there is a developing thunderstorm here that probably could be severe warned. I'm not going to lie. This thing could potentially be severe warned for some extraordinarily large hail here. I'd say in about 5 to 10 minutes. Quarter-sized hail could have potentially even increased to maybe even $half or even ping-pong ball-sized hail. And the CAPE in this environment is actually pretty good. It's about 3,000 joules per kilogram, and you need about 1,500 to really do anything. So put that into perspective. It has 2 times the amount of hail that it really needs. And definitely is doing a lot. Just here because it's raining. Well, hopefully it continues to stay as rain and not anything more than that. Memphis is going to get some scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. Their main risk will really be tomorrow, in my honest opinion. But yeah, this storm right here, I'm actually kind of curious. I want to take a slice through this and see what's exactly happening with this storm. Which this is exactly what the National Weather Service would be doing. They're trying to look at all the different levels of the atmosphere and to try and see if there's any hail. And I do see a bit of hail, actually. Yeah, that is a bit of hail that is starting to form in the upper levels right over here. All right, so here's your different levels of the atmosphere. You have 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet, and stuff like that. And, of course, 10,000 feet. There's also a layer here that is actually known as the dendrite growth zone, the dendrite growth layer, where rain starts to turn into ice and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. Let me close my door real quickly. There we go. The door has been closed, so we can't hear anything else outside of the room. All right, but back to this, back to the thing at hand. And so basically what's happening is you have a lot of the rain that's being pulled up into the sky, and then it's starting to form as ice, and then of course it drops back down as hail and stuff like that. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to see if there's any areas to where there could be a lot of hail that's starting to fall and stuff like that. And that is a pretty strong updraft right within here. So I would not be surprised if there was a sudden assertment of hail here, probably within the next few scans. And yeah, that's a lot of hail right there too. I'm positioning it around so that I can try and see. Oh yeah, look at that. That's a lot of hail right up there. Correlation coefficient values are showing that it's not rain, it's now starting to turn into hail. So yeah, there definitely is something there. There definitely is something to where the storm is starting to try and produce more and more hail. So, as I said, would not be surprised if this thing turns severe warned here soon. And it actually is also starting to form a left flank velocity enhancement. Only issue is that, does this thing have mid-level rotation? The answer is yes, but it is very weak. Very, very weak. So, this storm is not quite mature yet. Not quite mature yet. But it's almost there. It's getting there. So yeah, San Angelo, if you know anyone who lives near San Angelo, specifically I'd say north of San Angelo. So like San Angelo and Grape Creek as well as Water Valley along Highway 87. I would tell them to watch out. I would tell them to watch out because there is the potential for some severe weather that could head off into that general vicinity. Yeah, this is a baby cell moment, isn't it? I also wonder if there's sky cameras over in San Angelo. Due to all the hail in St. Paul last week, you need a new roof? Jeez. That's unfortunate, man. Yeah, Euless is in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They're going to get impacted. They're more than likely going to get impacted. If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth by any stretch, you're going to get impacted by these severe storms. There's the San Angelo Sky Camera. Oh, wow. That's a really nice view of that, too. Full screen, please. And we'll go over to the live view of San Angelo. And look at this out in the background. Very fluffy clouds. This is all anvil precipitation. So you have the rain that's starting to rise. All right, rain that's rising. It's being picked up by the updraft and stuff like that. And then it's getting shot out in all different directions here. And you can see all that with all their clouds here. So all these clouds are getting shot up. That's all because that's all rain. That's a really nice cam. So let's go half and half. Let's make display capture 1. There we go. Let's change that status to San Angelo. San Angelo, Texas. There we go. Boom. And we'll just keep that up as this continues to move on through. But not a severe thunderstorm warning quite yet, of course. We're still going to have to watch out. But this thing, according to the maximum expected hail size indicator, actually does have almost 2-inch sized hail now with it. So, luckily it's over a rural area, but if you're along, State Highway 163 by any chance over here in Texas, you probably should be indoors and away from windows. All right, let's go back to the cell that's approaching Hobbs, because that one, in my honest opinion, could be something to watch for, especially since Hobbs is a relatively populous area. And large hail is already falling from this storm. It's not like a significant storm by any stretch to the point where it's producing, baseball, softball, volleyball-sized hail, but the thing of it is that this storm is producing a consistent amount of large hail here within this storm. And for that reason, the National Weather Service has actually noted that this thing is now producing ping pong ball sized hail, which is very close to golf ball sized hail. And so I've seen stuff that are the size of golf balls that break windows, windshields, all sorts of fragile stuff that contain glass. So it's one of those things to where we could potentially see an upgrade in this severe thunderstorm warning, especially as this continues to get closer and closer to Hobbs. So Hobbs still has a little bit of time. They're getting hit by a storm right now that's not severe, that's producing some minor amounts of hail. But then after that, there's going to be a storm that's approaching, that's currently in between Maljamar and Lovington, that could be producing some exponentially large hail. So that would be something to watch out for, especially if you live in Hobbs. If you know anyone who lives over there, highly recommend you tell them that there could be some strong severe weather that's approaching their area in New Mexico. But I'm still waiting for all this to congeal and become a pretty big hurricane force wind event. All right, right now everything is pretty discreet. But as soon as everything starts to congeal into one giant messy mode, you could potentially get some hurricane force winds within specific spots. And that's what I'm a little concerned about today. That's the main reason why I'm streaming today, because the threat of that hurricane force winds is still possible. That is still a left flank velocity enhancement. So this thing is a supercell that it is trying to maintain. The strange thing about this storm, however, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. So right on target, right on time. We did say this was probably going to be severe warned here soon, and here it is. I don't believe there's a lot of people that live over here. Yeah, severe thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Tom Green and Urion counties. So that's the good news right now. That is a weird severe thunderstorm warning. What is that? That storm is a left mover. What? That totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. It is a left mover. Yeah, well, I've seen a lot weirder stuff. Totally. All right, let's go back to the severe thunderstorm warning that's approaching Elkins, New Mexico. And the one thing I can say is that the one thing that's been relatively consistent with this storm and Elkins is that this thing has produced a lot of hail. All right, we've had reports of 1-inch sized hail with this storm. And I would not be surprised if we got more reports of that. But I think that's going to be the main thing here with this. I don't foresee a whole lot of tornadic development. Just the environment's not really good enough for that to be the case. But I could see a merger here that could potentially produce a brief one, but I just doubt it. I really do doubt it. I think the main risk is going to be hail, with a side threat being the damaging winds. Yeah, I don't... they are definitely constructing out there, because I can hear the beep, beep, beep. They are definitely working on something back there. I have no clue why or what, but they are definitely doing stuff out there. All right, so let's go full to San Angelo. If you're new to the channel, please be sure to stay with us throughout the evening, especially if you live in these portions of Texas. We do have a severe weather risk here across portions of much of central Texas, extending from New Mexico, specifically southeastern portions of New Mexico, through Lubbock and Odessa, through Abilene, as well as areas in San Angelo and Del Rio, to areas north of Austin and San Antonio, into Killeen and Waco, into Corsicana, and then eventually towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area and Paris, Texas. So if I just called out your area, or if you live anywhere near those areas, you need to watch out for the threat of some severe weather here today, because there could very well be the chance for hurricane force winds to exist within some of these storms. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for any of you. There could potentially be the chance for hurricane force winds within some of these storms. So feel free to stay tuned. If you know anyone, I'll pull it up here real quickly. If you know anyone who lives within the yellow, okay, the yellow right here, or in the orange, if you know anyone who lives within any of those areas, I would highly recommend telling them that there could be some severe weather today and that they need to be weather aware. Whether that's just by, telling them in a text message, or by saying, hey, this person's doing severe weather coverage on his channel, or stay tuned to the local news, or have a weather radio ready, any sort of way so that you can let people know that severe weather is possible, because there is going to be severe weather today. There is. It's going to be widespread. The coverage is going to be quite immense. So it's one of those things to where, I would recommend telling people that there could be some strong severe weather here today. So Texarkana, Idabel in Oklahoma, El Dorado could potentially see the extent of some strong damaging winds all the way into tomorrow morning. Areas, I would say west of Little Rock, I think your activity could be tomorrow. Paris, Sherman, Dallas, Fort Worth, Waco, Athens, Longview, Lufkin, College Station, Killeen, Brady, Brownwood, San Angelo, Abilene, and then areas over towards Lubbock and Odessa. You guys really need to watch out for some severe weather. Even San Antonio and Houston could potentially see some severe weather as well. How's Shreveport looking today? They're getting a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. But they're in a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, with a 2% chance for tornadoes. This storm to the west of San Angelo still looks really disorganized, but I've seen stranger stuff happen. I have seen stranger stuff happen. There's 2 cells that I am watching very closely. It's just, if I had a better radar in these areas, I probably would be able to tell exactly what we're looking at, but it's just pretty meh. Is this a cold core event over here? Oh, that's a damage threat considerable tag. Why? Public reports golf ball sized hail. Oh, so that's nice. That is a golf ball sized hail report for areas south of Hobbs. So if you're near the Eunice area in New Mexico, if you're starting to get towards the border of Texas and New Mexico, west of Andrews and southwest of Seminole in Texas, I would get indoors and stay away from windows because there's a significant storm in progress right now that's producing some very large hail at the moment. Very large hail. Wichita Falls is in the risk for severe weather today, but it is in a smaller risk. It's just barely along the 1 out of 5 and the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So you have a risk, but it'll be hit or miss. Makes sense, Cobalt. Let's take a look at the timings one more time. Let's take a look at the timings one more time here so that everyone can get a good perspective as to what exactly we can anticipate here today. Southern Grace and Beauty with a 3. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all the support from everybody who sent it here today. We've had a lot of support early in the stream here so far, and we've only been live for almost 50 minutes, so that's pretty cool. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for really helping me out. Don't tell me I have to create a new one. 'Cause that's stupid. I will have to create a new one. Oh well. It's what it is. Display capture, add source. Give me a second because this isn't working. Do 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 do. Is this gonna work now? Am I gonna find something that works? There we go. That's very nice. Tell me that you like me. Tell me something good. There we go. That is how you fix things. Oh, okay. Mike with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That really does mean a lot to me. Everyone say thank you to Mike if you haven't already. That's just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot to me. So, thank you so much. Wow. Okay, so now we fixed everything. We have fixed everything to the point where we can see a bunch of stuff. And, so here we go. We have our simulated radar. Let's actually update it. Is it updated? Let's refresh the page. There we go. Now we've updated it. And you can see that as time continues to progress, all right, so now we are starting to get towards the 3:30 stages here, central. Storms are starting to increase in activity a lot more. And we're starting to see everything congeal into a line. But there's two things that I want to point out here. Two things. Number one, this band of activity, all right? To most people, it might look like a bucket of spilled paint, okay? But I just want, to get out of perspective to you all. This bucket of spilled paint is moving very fast, okay? And you notice that's actually moving faster than some of the other areas, some of the other buckets of spilled paint, okay? These are your showers and thunderstorms here that are showing up on the simulated radar. And so, as this continues to move on through, you see how it's a very long, or a very elongated line, I should say. Very elongated line that is continuing to race off more and more. And that could be one of the waves that could produce your bands of hurricane force winds. Now, it may be a little bit to the east of Lubbock and Odessa. It might be, approaching the Abilene areas when it actually is at its full strength. But it is very, very strong in nature in regards to its speed and strength. So that's going to be something to note. And then you have these other storms that are forming over here south of Abilene a lot earlier on in the evening, sometime around 6:30 Central. And those storms also band together into a giant line, and that starts to surge on through into areas like the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So that's another band right there that could potentially try to get up to hurricane force winds. That could move off into that area. So that's going to be something to watch out for there. That is going to be something to watch out for. And how this evolves over time will be something that we're going to have to monitor. But the basic thing to take away from all of this, all right, whether you live, say, in Texas or in southeastern Oklahoma or Arkansas, Tennessee, Louisiana, Mississippi, is that at some point, someone's going to get some rain between today and tomorrow. Because you see how many showers and thunderstorms form across the board. I mean, these storms are very widespread. And, could potentially even get up to a flash flooding risk. Would not be surprised if some area that had consistent amounts of precipitation, they could potentially see a flash flooding risk. But the main thing here to point out, besides the flooding risk, is we have two bands of storms that are going to form along a line here. And they are going to produce some very strong damaging winds. Those curling, the bow echoes that we like to call it. Those are the ones that we are watching out for very, very closely. So we're going to try and cover that here today. I know that those storms, when they start to move on through, I mean, you can see the time above me. It's pretty late. But, that's the reason why we're live streaming right now. We're trying to catch all the risks in the beginning, in the middle, and the end. And we're also trying to tell the people out ahead of the fact that this severe weather is possible for their area, so that they should probably watch out for the threat of severe weather later on this evening. I think you guys are a little bit too far north, Emma. I think the only areas that could potentially see your hurricane force winds would be areas along this bow echo right here. Along these bow echoes is where I'd see it. So let's go back. Full screen here. And I just wanted to see what's happening on this camera. I can notice a couple of things here. I can see the cloud base. You see that line right there that I just drew? I'll take the line away and you can see that's the cloud base right there. Now, why is that important? Well, the big thing there to take away from the cloud base is the lower it is to the ground, okay? The shorter distance for a tornado to have to travel from the cloud to the ground, okay? That's the big thing there to take away. There's other instances too as to why it's important, but the big thing there is the distance between the distance between the cloud and the ground for the tornado to travel. So even though this environment isn't super big on producing tornadoes here today, if there is the threat for tornadoes, okay, we could potentially see it due to the fact that this cloud base seems to be relatively low to the ground compared to some of these other areas to where it's pretty high up. So I'll be watching that very, very closely. Mike with the 5 says, I'm driving from Ocala to North Carolina in the morning. What can you expect? For you all, tomorrow, a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. By the way, guys, I just want to say I'm pretty concerned about Thursday. Thursday could be a sleeper event for tornadoes. And I definitely could live stream. So just watch out. All right, just watch out. Because I do think there is a sleeper risk for tornadoes on Thursday. And it'll be a Dixie Alley type caliber event. Which for the people who don't understand what that means. Basically, you could potentially see some strong tornadoes if they do form. And they could be moving very fast. To the point where it'll be hard for people to catch up. Jeez, Cobalt. Ooh. Could potentially see a brief little tornado, maybe a land spout over here on this cell that's to the west of San Angelo. The storm is also splitting. The storm is splitting majorly, and we're going to get two different types of storms here in a second. We're going to have a storm that's going to... Oh, yeah. This might actually... This could make a run to potentially try to be tornadic. This could potentially try to make a run to produce a tornado. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's go over here. Hello? Why is it... Why is it doing this stupid stuff? There we go. Fixed it. My goodness. Don't understand why that was the case, but yeah, because I was trying to fiddle with my thing and it wouldn't work. But there you go. Storms are really starting to uptick in activity over here west of San Angelo. And we have a storm, all right? So this same storm that we've been talking about that could potentially produce some large hail. All right, here's where it was in the beginning, all right? And I want you guys to notice here real quickly how the storm splits, okay? One part of the storm goes north, the other part of the storm goes kind of east-northeast. All right, so watch this. Boom. We have storm number 1 right within there. We have storm number 2, which is right there. Will these storms make it to southern Louisiana? Yep. And you'll be seeing that probably tomorrow. Excuse me, tomorrow. But that is a supercell right there. Oh, it is. What's up, Vanilla Ice Cream Cone? How do? Give me a second here, chat. Yeah, you probably will get rain, Emma. Probably will. Yeah, this is, yeah, as I said, unfortunate that it happened. Very unfortunate. But let's try and keep topics on to weather as of right now. Because if anything, same place that'll get impacted is going to get impacted by this storm that's producing some pretty large hail too. So please. Oh, it's making a right. It's curling to the right. It's rooted. It's headed straight for San Angelo. It has rooted. 100% has rooted. This is now going this way. This storm's now going this way. Wow. Let's go half and half screen. Why is... This does not make any sense. This really does not. What? What have I done with my thing? I'm so confused. What in the world is going on? Yeah, I am dead on confused. What the heck happened with my stuff? This wasn't an issue before. JR Boy with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, look at the cell south of Nashville. There isn't anything bad over in Nashville. You guys are fine. Well, these storms hit Arkansas? Yes. Yeah, the storms south of Nashville aren't really doing too much. Just 40-mile-per-hour winds at best. Maybe even 50 in some spots. So give me a second here, chat. As I try to figure out why this isn't working. Really? Well, that's only because it's Radar Omega. We need to add a new display capture. It's gonna be that. Jeez. Pardon the interruption, ladies and gentlemen. as I try to refix something that apparently was broken. Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. There we go. And then we make this go down. Fix it. There we go. Look at that. We have fixed the equipment that for whatever reason was being stupid. Yeah, mods, if you see anybody that's talking about it, just give them a warning and say, hey, we understand that this is a, this is an unfortunate situation, but this isn't the place to talk about that at the moment. Instead, this is a place to talk about weather. And if they don't listen, then either time them out or hide them. Because there seems to be a lot of people that keep coming into the chat, keep talking about it. Yeah, that's this storm right here, this new supercell. This thing is starting to form a little bit of rotation now. Let's take a look at the upper levels. Upper levels, it's pretty weak with its rotation, but it's there. It definitely is there. A lot of conversions at this moment. But yeah, this is the storm to watch. This thing definitely is starting to build. A little bit more. This is definitely starting to build. It's got a left flank velocity enhancement. Has an SVC right within here. You can see very high values of ZDR indicating some strong updraft characteristics. That's what ZDR shows you basically. And so what we're looking at right now is this storm that's starting to approach San Angelo. And I actually want to show you guys here. We're going to go to the wide view here. We're going to go over to the actual live camera here in San Angelo. Look at the cloud base. It looks like it comes down a little bit. So we could potentially be having a developing wall cloud over there. That'll be something very interesting. I'm going to actually real quickly chat. There we go. We're going to pin the message. There we go. Yeah, this is a weather chat, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a news channel. This is a weather chat. So please, not just right now, but in the future, do not talk about anything other than weather unless if the mods or myself give consent to do so. Please. Please. Okay? As I said, pray for the people impacted, but now is not the time to be talking about it. Now is you know, that very same area is going to be impacted by a severe storm here soon. So you need to watch out about it. Where'd I find that web camera? Here, I'll just put the link to the web camera in chat. Could Nacogdoches be hit by tornadoes today? There is the potential, but it's a small chance. So let's zoom out here real quickly. Let's show everyone what the convective outlook is for severe weather here today. And we can see that we have a very expansive risk for severe weather. All right, yes, that is the San Angelo cam. It says San Angelo. It's not just you, by the way. A lot of people have been doing it. But you notice that we have a very expansive risk for severe weather, and we have a lot of thunderstorms that have formed, all right? A lot of these... Actually, let's go full screen to this. That's not full screen. There you go. That's full screen. All right, we have a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms extending from the east coast of the United States all the way through the deep south into the Ozarks, and then all the way through into our main risk of severe weather, which is in the yellow and the orange. So if you know anyone who lives in the yellow or in the orange, you need to tell them that severe weather is possible here today, especially for the people who live in the orange, because there could be some hurricane force wind gusts possible within that area. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible if you haven't already. Copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram so that we continue to spread this information out to as many people as possible. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we want to do. We want to try and spread the information. That is a wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. That is a wall cloud that's developing. You see that right there? Right over here, I'm gonna erase this part. That's a wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the wall cloud on the San Angelo cam. How fast is hurricane force? 75 mile per hour winds or higher. That right there is a wall cloud that is developing. Jeez. So let's take a look at that again here with our radar. And yes, this storm continues to show that it is trying to uptick in activity. I'm going to take a 3D of this. I'm going to take a 3D of the supercell. Wow. 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 This is moving to San Angelo. Yes, this storm is moving towards San Angelo. Wow, that is a heck of a storm right there. All right, so what am I seeing, chat? What am I seeing? Well, the thing of it is that obviously we have a pretty large storm on our hands. I mean, this is very classic. We have overshooting tops right here, so a lot of consistent rising within the storm you can see right there. All right, but I want you guys to discredit this small thunderstorm right here, and imagine it's not there. We're gonna try and take a look at what's inside this storm here on the side, and you can see this bit of a cave right in there. You see that cave, chat? All right, where the rain kind of hangs over like a little shelf right within there. That's not a shelf cloud, by the way. That's just a cave right here. This cave is the inflow notch, and I'm gonna keep using the same verbiage as I used before, or actually the same phrase, more or less, that I used to describe these storms. Think of these storms as Pac-Man, and these inflow notches right here as the mouth of Pac-Man. And so the mouth of Pac-Man, you know, as Pac-Man goes on through, it goes over the little dots, it gets more points and stuff like that so that it can advance to the next level. That's what we got here. We have Pac-Man and its mouth, and then the energy in the atmosphere, all the moisture and all the energy, the convective available potential energy and all sorts of stuff like that. That is the dots that Pac-Man run over to get more and more points. And we do have that. I mean, this is a well-defined storm. Well-defined storm here that is continuing to try and develop more and more. And I'm trying to see if we do have any normalized rotation. It's relatively elevated at this time. There is rotation in the upper levels, but it is a little elevated. So the storm is not there yet to produce a tornado, but it's trying. It is trying to take that next step. But this is the storm to watch. Now, I wonder if this storm right here could impede this other storm. Because if it doesn't, it could potentially produce a tornado, and it'll be right next to San Angelo. Now, the thing of it is that I want to show you guys here real quickly, all right, is I want you guys to take a perspective, okay? So there's the storm that's out in front of the big storm that's producing the wall cloud, all right? We see that big storm. This is the main supercell that could potentially produce the tornado. Now, let's go full screen here. Let's go full screen. That small storm is over here. That's the small storm that we're talking about. And there's the big storm right there that could potentially try to produce your, significantly large hail, as well as the potential for a tornado within it. So that's what we're looking at right here from the live camera. All right, that perspective right there is giving us a good idea as to what exactly is happening and how we can compare it to what we're seeing on radar. So this is most certainly accurate with what all is going on right now. And it looks like the storm is actually getting elongated, which is crazy enough. This software is GR2 Analyst that I'm using. GR2 Analyst is the same software that Dr. Greg Forbes used on the Weather Channel. So basically the best radar that money can buy. At least in my opinion, it is. Better than WSV's 3. Better than Scope, Omega, Baron. This is the best radar that money can buy. Very good. What about Pope County? Pope County, Arkansas, will not be hit mainly. They'll be hit by strong to imaging winds, but not hurricane force winds. So spotty hail and damaging winds. That's pretty funny. Chicago will be outside the risk for the most part. Let's go back real quickly just to get a perspective. Once again, I know some people before, they're like, we keep looking at the same exact thing. Why are we looking at this over and over again? All right. This is just for the new people, all right? If you are in the yellow or if you are in the orange here, you guys are not in the risk for, well, I should say you guys are in the risk for severe weather. If you're not in it, you're not in the risk for severe weather, or the main risk, I should say. If you're in the green, you need to pay attention to the weather, but not to the extent of the yellow and the orange, which are right here. So Chicago's not in a risk. Minneapolis is not in a risk. DC, Baltimore is not in a risk. New York's not in a risk. Los Angeles is not in a risk. Kansas City's not in a risk. Cleveland's not in a risk. Miami's not in a risk. Denver's not in a risk. You guys get the point. It's areas here today in Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. All right, let's go back to the storms that are over in New Mexico. Hobbs, you need to watch out, all right? Because I said about, what, 30 minutes ago, there's a storm that's going to be moving on through that area. Now it's starting to move on through in Hobbs. So if you know anyone who lives in Hobbs, New Mexico, you need to tell them that there's this significant storm that could produce some large hail within their area. All right, it will be doing a lot of activity. You know, it will be producing, I should say, a lot of activity as it gets closer and closer. And according to the radar, this storm is actually producing 2-inch sized hail, which is pretty large. So, if you know anyone who lives in Hobbs, New Mexico, all right, now is the time to tell them that there is a strong storm that is moving on through. Paris could get some strong damaging winds for sure. Yeah, Phoenix is not in anything. So if they're not even being touched by a color, you're not even expecting, you know, thunderstorms today. You could get rain. Definitely not thunderstorms. Yeah, Paris, strong damaging winds. They're in a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale today. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi and Georgia. I do know this. I do know. A lot of tree limbs broken with those storms, but not too much. Not too much activity, so that's the good news. Let's go back to the cell in San Angelo, because this thing is starting to concern me. Oh, this thing could try and put down a tornado here in a second. Maybe. Oh, that's a left flank velocity enhancement. And that's a heck of a left flank velocity enhancement. Was there an official rating for the Morton, Texas tornado? No, they're conducting it today and tomorrow. The investigation, I should say. Yeah, this thing is starting to go. How bad will it be in Duncan? Duncan, Oklahoma. I just see a lot of scatter showers and thunderstorms. You could see a strong wind gust or two, but I don't see too much for you all, to be completely honest with you. Linda. Yeah, as I said, don't see too much in Duncan, Nathan. Don't see too much in Duncan. This over here is a view from Vardman, Mississippi, believe it or not, from Nikki Collins. Look at this. Could be potentially something over there in Vardman, so I might actually want to go check that out after all. Let's go see. Where exactly is Vardman? That would not be the cell near Sugarlock. Vardman. I have no clue where this... There's a couple areas of rotation across the board, I will say that much. But I don't see too much. Very ominous clouds for the most part. That cell that's approaching Columbus Air Force Base in Starkville in Mississippi might be something to watch out for some pretty strong damaging winds. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is what it says here, but I think it could be heavier than that. Could be 65 to 70. So I would not be surprised if that was the case. The severe warning is toward possible now. I'm kind of not surprised. Really am not surprised. Let's go to the half and half screen. Let's actually go to the full screen of the live view of San Angelo. So that is San Angelo, Texas. And we can see a very well-defined mesocyclone within that area. This is a well-defined mesocyclone. So this thing is trying to produce a tornado. It is trying. And hopefully it doesn't produce it within the city limits. We're kind of praying that it doesn't produce it in the city limits. Cactus West. That makes sense. What are half of these cameras anyways? There's a bunch of different views. Cactus North. So that definitely is not the activity that we're looking for. So yeah, Cactus West. That's what we're trying to look for right there. Spotter reports wall cloud. I think that's pretty obvious. My honest opinion. I think that's pretty obvious that this is a wall cloud, to be completely honest with you. Really interesting lightning strike there as well. Give me a second. Add source. Boom. That's good. All right, so we got that. Put that right there, actually. There you go, San Angelo, Texas. Yeah, it's not referring to the town. It's referring to the building. Just cactus. Yeah, that is a well-defined wall cloud right there, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is trying to put down one. You can clearly see the wall cloud right there. That's pretty much as clear as day. And let's go to the half and half screen here to show you what exactly we're looking at. All right, so San Angelo is back over here. All right, right where my marker is at. Let's actually change it. Let's change this to red. So here's San Angelo right there. And here's the big storm in question right now. This is currently severe warned. And San Angelo is not currently in a severe thunderstorm warning either. So they probably will be here soon. Jeez. Let me zoom out from this real quickly. There we go. So put the storm track there. And you can see that this storm is trying to hook around. All right, you can see how it's kind of trying to curl a little bit. It's trying to curl a little bit. And that's what we're looking for very closely, is that does this thing actually curl around with a hook to try and produce a tornado? Because if it were to do that, then we could potentially see some spin up right within there, just to the west of Tankersley in Texas. So we're watching out for that very closely. Obviously, we have the picture of the wall cloud right above us. So let's go back to the full view of this thing. And that just looks absolutely insane right there, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, I'm not sure about you all, but there is definitely, that's as ominous as you can get it. There is some decent mid-level rotation with this thing. So this kind of leads me to believe that this thing could try and produce, or at least could try and produce a tornado. But my gosh, I mean, look at that. There's your mesocyclone. I think that's your wall cloud right there. Yeah, I think that right there is your wall cloud. So this is your mesocyclone. And right at the bottom of the horseshoe is your wall cloud. Look at that. That is as specific as you can get it. More lightning strikes up in the thing too. Wow. I mean, this is just an absolutely insane. Wish I could zoom in on that clear section. I might be able to. Hold up. Is that better, ladies and gentlemen? Is that better? That might be a little bit better. Ooh, interesting cloud to ground lightning strike over there. So this definitely is trying. Yeah, look at that. That definitely looks so much better. All right, we'll zoom that back out. Yeah, I can't do that forever, to be completely honest with you, because then it really just makes my screen terrible. But yes, I can hypothetically try to zoom in just with my computer. I can't zoom in with the actual camera because the quality, I don't have actually, a controlled area. See it lowering to the left? That definitely is not where the wall cloud is and where the rotation is at. All right, let's see if I can try and get it again. Yeah, right there is where I'm watching for. You see, right here, there's the wall cloud right within that area. That's another lightning strike down there too. That's a lot of lightning strikes. But right there is the wall cloud. Right there. Do I have storm chasers? Unfortunately, no. Let's go full screen to this here real quickly. At least not out today. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to at me. At Nate_Snyder. Damage threat destructive. Severe thunderstorm warning now. Damage threat destructive. So baseball sized hail with this storm. This is a live view, or not really a live view. This is a picture here of the same storm. However, it is a little bit closer. A little bit closer to the, it's a little bit closer to the actual wall cloud, and you can see clearly, all right, clearly, this is a heck of a storm right there. So there's your wall cloud. There's your mesocyclone. That is as clear as day. So that's from Matt Phelps. Matt Phelps, right there. This storm continues to rotate more and more, continues to show a left flank velocity enhancement, or at least it's trying to show it still. Once again, very large hail is falling right now. This is not tornado warned right now, but the southern side of San Angelo and even the central portions of San Angelo need to watch out very, very closely, because this storm, all right, this storm could potentially try to go here soon. Yeah, there's the report of baseball-sized hail. NATO cast actually paints a really interesting picture for the rest of the day. Look at NATO cast here. And then we'll go back to the live view here. But this is NATO cast saying what it thinks the potential tornado risk could be. And ironically, San Angelo is in the 5%. San Angelo is in the 5%. So that is something. That is something. But Ryan says he's seen it on the ground. What? Where? Is he even on right now? I need some form of evidence in saying that that's on the ground. Because from right now, from a velocity perspective, I don't see it. To me, it is definitely not on the ground right now. But it could be. All right, that's the big thing there, is that yes, it could be. This storm's producing significant amounts of hail. If you're in Tanker Sleigh, you probably need to get in your safe space and stay in your shelter. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people who live over in that general vicinity, but Tanker Sleigh in Texas, you need to get into a structure right now. You need to get into a sturdy structure, and you need to stay away from windows. Get into a structure, stay away from windows, because this storm is going to produce some very large amounts of hail. Latest scan came in. No dice quite yet. This thing is very disorganized at this time. Let's pull up the live view again here. And this website's taking a little bit. Has it been just me, ladies and gentlemen? Or has the cameras just been kind of not working? You know what I mean? You know, just internet not working, I should say. Not cameras. But internet and service across the board is not working. It could be just me. It could very well be just me. But, like, just service in general, internet not working. I don't know. Has it been an issue for you guys? Let me know in the chat, because I'm actually really curious. I don't know if it's just me, and I don't know how to fix it. New damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for San Angelo. So if you're in San Angelo, of course in Tanker Sleigh and Wall, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building because of this significantly large hail. I'm going to post this on Twitter so that way I can get the information out on my end. Because, of course, I need to spread the information too, right? I cannot spell. Alright, we did that. Need to copy the link and put this out there. There we go. I'm gonna pin this to profile. Alright. If you guys have a Twitter, please like and retweet that. Please like and retweet that so that we can spread that out to more and more people on Twitter. Be greatly appreciated. Would be greatly appreciated. Did this storm split again? This storm kind of did split. So yeah, once again, please be sure to share it with as many people as possible. Yeah, if you have a Twitter, as I said, please be sure to share it. If you don't, then that's fine too. But if you do have a Twitter, there is a link in the chat that has been posted. Please be sure to like and retweet that. Link to the live camera. I'm not sure the camera's working right now. Oh, now it's working. There we go. Let's take a look at the live view now. It finally is working again. Try and see what we can get. It is rain wrapped to kingdom come. It is rain wrapped to kingdom come. We can't see anything. What time will be the worst for College Station? Probably this evening into the overnight hours, more than likely. I think overnight hours will be the case. It's fine, Anne. It's fine. It's fine. But all I gotta say, guys, is that is a well-defined mesocyclone. Look at that. Well-defined area where a tornado could try and form. But it is rain-wrapped. I mean, you can't see anything. It is wrapped in rain, and you can't see anything at the bottom. You can only see what's in the middle. Which leads me to believe... Excuse me. Leads me to believe it's a little bit messier. Any of this coming towards Abilene? Yes. So not this specific storm, but there are storms that are going to come towards Abilene. Tastes like cough syrup. League City won't be impacted until late tonight into tomorrow morning. More than likely into tomorrow morning. Ooh. If it could just do it, it can produce a tornado. Is that anti-cyclonic? Are you serious? You kidding me? What? What? One of the UK will see any tornado activity this year? They potentially could. I haven't really looked into it too much, though. 3-inch size hail report along US Highway 67. There very well could be anti-cyclonic rotation, an anti-cyclonic tornado that is trying to form right there. Okay, you have greens moving towards and reds moving away. Very well could be an attempt for an anti-cyclonic tornado that can try and form. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, very sad, very sad. That's a heck of a storm. I mean, my goodness. If this thing had just the teeniest bit more wind shear within this environment, this thing could be producing an actual tornado. Pull this up here real quickly and we'll go full screen to that so you guys can see. Valera, Texas. Where is Valera? No clue where Valera is, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, that is a 3-inch size hail report. 100%. Excuse me. 100%. Anything in winters, I'll need to know the state. I will need to know the state. Ugh. Ooh. That's what I get for not breathing. Go half and half screen now. I did, Xeno. Unfortunate, too. Why is it common to say it's rain-wrapped as if for sure a tornado when there isn't one? Well, I'm not saying that the tornado is rain-wrapped. I'm saying the mesocyclone is rain-wrapped. You can not have a tornado and it still wrapping rain around the rotation. It happens. It does happen. Storms coming to Little Rock have rotation? What do you mean? Can I press X to doubt? I'm pressing X to doubt. They are... If there is rotation, it's very weak. Very, very weak. So I'm not anticipating too much. Bartlesville could see some strong damaging winds, but not really too much. It looks like the storm is starting to go to the south of San Angelo, the main brunt of the storm, which is the good news. But if you're in San Angelo, you need to stay indoors and stay away from windows because this is a heck of a storm that's starting to move on through. Our live camera is now starting to pick it up. Our live camera is now starting to pick it up. And interestingly enough, I don't know if that's a debris signature or not. That is definitely an anti-cyclonic rotation. Could be trying to develop an anti-cyclonic tornado, but we're looking at San Angelo, Texas right now. Big storm that's moving on through that's produced baseball-sized hail across the board. Actually produced larger than that, up to 3-inch sized hail as well. Jeez. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Why is there a meso signature for this? It is producing an anti-cyclonic. If there's a storm chaser on the ground over there, there's a good chance they're seeing a tornado right now. There is a good chance that it's probably producing a tornado. I don't see... Yeah, no dice, unfortunately. But I'm betting money right now that it's producing an anti-cyclonic tornado. Or it's about to. I'm gonna bet money that it's producing a tornado right now. I would, no joke, bet money. I don't know if there's any live views. I have no clue. Send me a picture. You did? Where? That's a shelf cloud in Clanton. And Clanton, I don't think, is the same storm. Clanton, Texas. That is Canton, not Clanton. Stop. Clanton, Texas. Not Canton, Clanton. Oh my gosh. Clanton. Stop. I don't want Canton. I want Clanton. This is stupid. This is stupid. Alright, well, we're just going to consider the following some more. Stop. I don't want that. My equipment's being stupid to me today. My equipment is literally making me lose it. Current view south of San Angelo. Oh, Daniel Shaw is on it. Hold up. Time out. That's right. He could be live. Let's see. He is definitely not live at this time. I'll be able to watch it on the side screen, but he's not live right now. Ugh! I'm telling you, this thing is as close to producing a tornado as you can get it. Well, San Angelo is about to get slapped by this giant wall of rain and hail. And it is a pretty large wall of rain and hail. Are there any areas right here that it ran over? There's actually a couple residential areas, so if there is any damage, we'll be able to hear about it sooner rather than later. If not, we'll hear about it tomorrow. This is Clanton, Alabama. No, that's losing my mind there. Did I see it? Are you talking about the one from Jordan Hall? There isn't any funnels over there. Cristoval, Texas. Likely saw a likely large gustnado about 5 minutes ago. There it is. There it is. It may be a gustnado, but it still did it. It still did it. Had report from a spotter of a gustnado. A gustnado. And just to show you that I am not here. I gotta retweet this real quickly. I told you. Alright, now we're gonna go to the retweet that I had. This is from Jeff Frame. Quote, near Cristoval, Texas at 4:20 p.m. Central. Saw a likely large gustnado about 5 minutes ago. Alright. And just for perspective, okay? This right here is 5 minutes ago. Alright? Here is Cristoval. And there's the said rotation. He's looking to the north, if not north-northwest. And he's got it. Good stuff. What have you missed so far? Big hailer that's heading towards San Angelo. Otherwise, nothing much. Gonna be some hurricane force winds that are gonna move on through. True facts. What radar software do I use? GR2 Analyst, but it's only for computer. But it is the best radar that money can buy, in my opinion. Texas Storm Chasers is live. Has he been live for a long time? Oh, he started 74 minutes ago. But that's Stephen Jones. Stephen Jones is not anywhere near the storm. So that definitely isn't anything of interest. Definitely is not anything of interest. What in the... Makes me want to consider the following sometimes. Just looked at something on the side screen. Tornado coming down with this storm? What do you mean it's coming down? Is another one? Or is it the same one? I released the monkeypox? Well, that's great. Totally legit. Can you also use GR2 Analyst on laptop? Depends upon what laptop you have. Might need a encoder to do it, but yeah, definitely could. Yeah, that is an anti-cyclonic tornado. Tornado on the ground of the storm per chasers. It's another anti-cyclonic tornado. It's another one. We have reds moving away from the radar, grays and greens moving towards. That's another anti-cyclonic tornado. Is there anyone that has like a video of the said tornado? What is an anti-cyclonic tornado? It's a tornado spinning the wrong way. Can you use it on Chromebook? No. Chromebook is... Unless if you have an encoder. So if you have a way to get the Microsoft Store on Chromebook. But Chromebook might burn live if it does that. Chromebook is not a good laptop to have for programs in general. If you get anything that has Windows, it'll run pretty well. That's a 4-inch size hail report south of Tanker Sleigh. 4-inch size hail. 4-inch sized hail. Ow. How rare are they? Well, I mean, the rotations happen all the time, but the actual tornado, you know, something actually putting down to the ground, is pretty rare. No, 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 go away. Colorado Weather Nut is on it. There's a bunch of ads that he has. True facts. Yeah, this thing really tried to produce one. Well, the good news is he's there. He is next to the storm, but not in a good position to do it, though. So, we'll see what he does. Do I use Streamlabs for streaming? Yes, I do. I do. Yeah, it did look like it produced a brief tornado, more than likely. Let's play the loop of this thing and how it's progressed. Look at this. Jeez. Main risk for today, large hail damaging winds with an isolated tornado in a couple locations. Yep. I think the hurricane force winds could be something to note, though. Could be a lot more of a risk for that. This cell near Andrews could be something to watch. Does have a little bit of rotation, but the wind shear is minimal. Wind shear is indeed minimal. Did I use OBS? That's what Streamlabs is. Streamlabs is a different version of OBS. That is a new mesoscale discussion. Let's read it. Severe threat will spread across the eastern half of Weather Watch 268 over the next several hours. Scattered post-frontal convection that initiated along the eastern slopes of the New Mexico Rockies around midday has gradually expanded in aerial coverage, propagates southeastward towards the Texas South Plains. Activity is evolving in advance of a digging mid-level jet that will spread into west central Texas later this evening. Latest radar trends and large-scale support aloft suggest an MCS may evolve over the next few hours, then mature as it spreads over the northern portions of the San Angelo County warning area. Updrafts are likely producing marginal hail. Threat for damaging winds may increase as this complex transitions to an MCS, which is what I kind of guessed. What's Streamlabs? It's Streamlabs. L-A-B-S. Labs. It's the software I use to broadcast to you all. This is definitely not from laptop. So yeah, this is from desktop. Storm's gonna make it to Galveston? Yeah, tomorrow. Not if it's under the mesocyclone. I mean, gustnados are typically referred to in general. You know, if there's any tornado or gustnado or something like that, if they don't see a funnel, that's what they usually say, gustnado. But someone else said that there was another funnel and or tornado, so who knows? What place file do you use to get the considerable severe warning polygon? That ain't a, that is definitely not a place file. That is just me editing the warning, you know, color. You can edit the warning colors on GR2. That's how that works. You can edit to whatever color you like. Michelle with the 2 months, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. What about the storm over in Mississippi? There's a bunch of storms over in Mississippi, to be fair, so you're going to have to be a little bit more specific than that. But in general, those storms aren't really expected to do too much besides strong damaging winds. Can I display lightning? I hypothetically could. I hypothetically could, but I elect not to, mainly because there's another product that just tells me how much lightning there is within these thunderstorms. So for instance, this storm specifically that we're looking at that just went south of San Angelo is producing 80 lightning strikes per minute. Pretty cool. Tornado warning from MAF? You mean Odessa? Did they really pull the trigger on that thing? Yeah, they did.
Tornado warning for southeastern Andrews County in western Texas.
Well, I can't say I didn't say there was rotation on that. But that is a tornado warning, all right? So if you're near Andrews, or if you're anywhere near Andrews in Texas, I highly recommend telling friends and family to get into a sturdy structure. So let's actually go over to Omega here. Pull up Omega. And if you're near Andrews or south of Andrews, this is specifically near the Old Place windmills along Highway 387, you guys need to watch out. The main area to watch here would be right over here. That's where the tornadic rotation is at the moment. You have greens that are moving towards the radar, reds that are moving away. Right about there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you go up in tilt here with Omega, all right, we're going to go up in tilt to tilt 2. It still doesn't help me all too much. So I guess we will have to use the high resolution radar after all. All right, well, let's use it. Go up, go up, go up. There it is. There's our rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. South of Andrews, moving towards the US Highway 385 area. So if you know anyone who lives over there near Andrews or south of Andrews in Texas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. But yeah, there's one over there, and then there's another area of rotation over here. I wonder if they issued the tornado warning based off of that rotation or the other one. I think they're issuing it based off of this one. This could be a new one that tried to develop here over the past few minutes, so that'll be something to note. But I think they did issue it because of the southern one, and actually, that was actually a lot of rotation earlier. A lot of strong rotation. Yeah, there you go. But it was very elevated. Very high up in the sky. But this is a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning. This is south of Andrews, Texas. If you're in Andrews, Texas, or if you're south of Andrews, Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. This is north of Odessa and Midland. All right, so Midland and Odessa, you guys are in the clear as of right now. You guys could see some activity later on, but north of that, north of Odessa and Midland, all right, near Andrews, areas along State Highway 176 here in Texas, or south of that from Andrews all the way over to Tarzan, you need to watch out. And especially if you're south of Andrews and along Highway 385, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I do not see a tornado debris signature, so I don't see a tornado with that. Is that what they're warning right there? They might have to issue a new tornado warning here. I'm not going to lie. They might have to issue a new tornado warning. Because I think that might be where the surface-based rotation is at. I think the one area of rotation is now east of Highway 385. And then the other one is on the southern side. I actually am curious. I want to see if that is correct. And so, in order for me to figure that out completely, I'm going to take a 3D of this supercell. Michelle with the 20, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. That really does mean a lot to me. All the support that you've given me. So thank you so much. I am correct. Wow. Okay. So, my hypothesis is correct. Based off of the radar presentation, I've taken a 3D of the cell, taken a 3D of the actual supercell here. And this tells me a couple of things. First off, there's 2 thunderstorms in one. Okay. And I can tell this because you see these 2 areas of bumps right there and right there. Okay, so we have one right there. That's supercell number 1. That's supercell number 2. Now, I think the main reason they issued the tornado warning was for supercell number 1, because that was a lot more organized before. However, supercell number 2 has become the more well-defined and organized one. And you can tell because if you've been on the channel for a little bit, you've seen me talk about these thunderstorms and how these they have these little caves that are very similar to mouths. They're like the mouth of a thunderstorm, and they eat all the energy in the atmosphere and something like that. So if there's more of a well-defined cave, all right, where it actually goes into the thunderstorm, then that ends up being the more well-defined storm than the other. And we can see here, if you're able to look at it right now, you can see on the right there, you can see that one has a much more well-defined cave rather than on the left, to where it's a lot flatter. All right, and you can actually rotate it around. You can see the cave actually goes a little bit further inside, just like that, whereas this only just has like a little, a little shelf on the side, a little tab on the side. So if you were to ask me, supercell number 2 is a lot more well organized than supercell number 1. And so therefore, supercell number 2, which is now being warned, well, is now in the warning, but it's about to exit the tornado warning, is more than likely going to start to evolve here. What happened? There we go. I just wanted to look at something on the side tab, so I apologize, chat. Terry with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, those caves is the inflow notch, okay? So that's where the inflow comes in. That's where all the moisture comes into the thunderstorm, and this thunderstorm can then eat it up and stuff like that. So think of a thunderstorm as Pac-Man. Think of Supercell as Pac-Man, okay? Pac-Man has these mouths, and they eat the little dots that are in the sky, just like this, right? So as it travels over the land, it eats these dots more and more, and it continues to get more and more points. And as long as it doesn't run into the ghost, it's allowed to continue to sustain. And so the thunderstorm here in the inflow notch, that's Pac-Man's mouth. This is Pac-Man. You can clearly see it's yellow. And then the air around it, all the moisture around it, all the energy around it, that is the little dots. So that's what we got here. Pretty well-defined supercell. And I think this thing, because of it, because supercell number 2, all right, so this right here is supercell number 2, and this is supercell number 1, okay? Supercell number 2 could potentially produce a tornado, because if we take a look at velocities, you can see the velocities are a lot more well-defined. You can see reds are starting to wrap around right in here. Greens are starting to wrap around right within there. So I would not be surprised if a tornado tried to develop right within that area. Take a look at the lightning to ground potential. Oh yeah, there is a high chance of lightning within these areas south of Andrews. Very high chance. South of Valera? Where is Valera anyways? South of Abilene. That is a pretty gnarly supercell, I will admit. It's the wind shear environment. Actually, it's in a good environment. So yeah, that one could potentially try and produce a tornado too. Good call. Good call for the person who was in the chat talking about Valera. That is a very good call. Yeah, go ahead, Brent. As I said, well, I say this in chat all the time, but if you guys have any questions in chat, just please say them. Please say them. But that is an area of rotation over south of Santa Ana and Valera, near the Stacy and Rockwood area. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. So there definitely is something tornadic right there. 100%. High chance of lightning over here too. Look at that. Very high chance of lightning with that. Very large hail too, my goodness. You can see even the little orange speck indicating 2-inch sized hail is possible within that area too. So yeah, that's another supercell to watch. I wonder if this is tornado possible tag by this. Yeah, this does have a tornado possible tag from the National Weather Service. So that'll be something to watch. Storm that was south of San Angelo has kind of just fizzed out a little bit from the tornado producing aspect. So that's kind of the good news. Let's go back to the tornado warning over here near Midland. Yeah, this thing could try to produce a tornado here soon. It's got very good rotation. Can I show my warning colors? There they are. There's my warning colors. There you go. Dallas-Fort Worth could see a lot of strong damaging winds. Not too sure about the tornado aspect, though. How bad is the hurricane season going to be this year? It's going to be another active season, in my honest opinion. I do think it'll be another active season. Just to the extent of what... Yeah, that's a little harder for me to answer. Green TVS on the storm I was just viewing. We'll have to see. How'd I get so many more? Are you using version 3? Because GR2 Analyst is updated from version 2 to version 3, to where you can even add your own products and stuff like that. So if you haven't done that, you probably should. You probably should. This is GR2 Analyst version 3. So it's not GR3. It's not GR Earth. It's not GR2 Analyst version 1 or 2. This is GR2 Analyst version 3. Will the storm by Midland hit the Waco area, or are we out of the range? I think these storms that are over near San Angelo and Brownwood would hit you guys first before the cells over in Midland. Have I seen the Estofex? Not for today. There is a 2. That'd be for northern Italy, as well as the general area of Greece and north and east of that, as well as the 1 over in Iran and stuff like that. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Brown County in west central Texas, southeastern Coleman County in west central Texas.
Well, I can't say I'm too surprised, to be completely honest with you. Can't say I'm too surprised, to be honest with you. So there's the new tornado warning. Santa Ana and Rockwood, if you're over in those areas, let's actually go to Omega. Because luckily, with this cell that's over here near Andrews, that doesn't seem to be trying to produce a tornado in a populous area. However, over here near Santa Ana, Shields, Mazzell, Gold Busk, Cleveland, Liberty, Trickham, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's the new tornado warning. You can see the red box right there. And the actual rotation in itself, I know it's a little hard to see, but the reds and oranges are moving away from the radar and the greens are moving towards. So this giant area right here is where the tornadic rotation would be. Probably right here, just outside of the tornado warning along Farm to Market Road 503. So Mazzell, Shields, Gold Busk, and US Highway 283, you guys need to get in your safe space right now because you guys are in the immediate danger. Areas that could be impacted a little bit later on, Trickham, Cleveland, areas near Brooksmith and Bangs over there. You guys could potentially be impacted. Yeah, and there are two areas. So there's one right there, and then there's another one right here. I'm more concerned about this one near Moselle. All right, so Mazzell, Shields, Gold Busk, as well as US Highway 283. And then areas further than that near Cleveland and Trickham in Texas. You need to get in your safe space right now. So this is not in Michigan. Let's update this. What is going on outside? Why is there... Give me a second here, chat. I have no clue what they're doing, but I don't think I want to know. Yeah, they are digging up everything, and they are flattening the ground outside in my neighbor's house. I don't know why, but, you know, that's very nice. Quality 10 out of 10. So let's go back to the high resolution radar. And I think we're on tilt 2. So let's go to, yeah, there's tilt 1. There's Moselle. That makes a lot more sense. Also have an observed land spout as well, do we? If that's the south of San Angelo, then yes, we do. Am I enjoying my new room? Yeah, I am. As soon as I get everything all set up, I'll be able to show you guys here in a bit. Levelland, well, they are seeing some strong, severe weather at the moment. They are seeing some strong, severe weather. So if you're in Levelland, Sundown, Meadow, Ropesville, as well as Lubbock, you guys need to watch out. And I would say even get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows, because there could be some strong, severe weather activity. But Levelland, it'll be in your area here relatively soon. In about a half an hour in Levelland. It'll be there in Levelland. Maybe even a little bit less than a half an hour, in my opinion. Probably 20 to 25 minutes. Yeah, that storm over there near Whiteface and Levelland could be something to watch. Could be something to watch. Definitely a lot of strong damaging winds at minimum. But I can't rule out a tornado or two. I really can't. New scan came in with this storm. Not too much. Still have a pretty well-pronounced hook echo with this storm. Still have a well-pronounced hook echo inflow coming in just like that. So you have your warm, moist air. Remember, as I said, Pac-Man is here. Okay, so if we create Pac-Man, Pac-Man's eating all the moisture and stuff like that. That is a very weird image of Pac-Man, but you guys get the point. There's Pac-Man right there. And it's continuing to eat the moisture. So as long as there isn't any ghosts out in front of it, other known as other showers and thunderstorms, the storm is going to continue to sustain, maybe even try to produce a tornado. But the rotation right now actually is a little displaced. You see a lot of these grays in between the green and the red. That tells me that it's a little broad right now, not as well defined as it once was previously, which kind of tells me that this could have been potentially trying to produce a tornado earlier. So, come in.
Your food, kind sir.
Oh, that is food. Thank you.
Yes, it is. You're welcome.
That is very nice of them. I do not see a debris ball at this time. No debris ball. I see a big hail spike, though. Look at this. Big hail spike. That right there is contamination because there's so much hail that's falling down to the ground. It's basically messing up the radar. And another good way to tell as to if it's contamination or not, you can look at spectrum width and you'll see all the noise there. If you go to the correlation coefficient, you'll see how low the correlation coefficient is over there. And you can even see on the PHI that it's all messed up over there too. And if you even look close enough on reflectivity, you'll even see that you'll have a consolidated area of high pixels. So yeah, that is a hail spike. That is a hail spike. 100%. That's telling me a lot of hail is there, and that it's going to be hard for me to actually tell what's going on with this storm besides looking at, you know, velocities. But pretty crazy. Could be a new area to watch. Could be a new area to watch. South of Vancourt and Vic in Texas. Could definitely be a new area to watch, in my honest opinion. Due to the fact that in the upper levels, if we go higher in tilt, lot of strong rotation over here. Very displaced at the moment, but there is a lot of strong rotation right within this area south of Vancourt. So that'd be something to monitor. That could potentially be you know, a land spout of some sort. Would not be surprised. So Vancourt, Vic, Highway 87 in Texas, get in your safe space because there could potentially be something over there. Let's go back to the tornado warning over in Midland. And the actual rotations kind of fizzed out. Excuse me. Excuse me. Kind of fizzed out just a little teeny bit. Became a little bit more linear, but it still is trying. Still is trying to wrap around, so I wouldn't discredit this supercell quite yet. And the interesting thing about this storm is that it actually is moving to the south and east right now. It's moving to the general vicinity of Midland. So Midland should probably watch out. There's a lot of people that live over here in Midland. I would watch out. I would watch out as there could potentially be something tornadic that could develop off near your area. So Midland, Texas, if you know anyone that lives in Midland, Texas, tell them that a strong, severe storm that's capable of producing tornadoes is heading off into their general area. That's what I would say. New mesoscale discussion? Yes, there is. Let's read it. Severe threat will increase across Weather Watch 269, especially across western portions of the watch over the next few hours. One significant supercell has matured just downstream of the cold front, Coleman County. Local tornado threat may be noted with any supercell that tracks along the boundary. Forward propagating MCS will likely begin spreading towards central Texas, which is true. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Check the Arkansas severe. Why? Why you do this to me? Why do you do this to me? It's capped to all get out. It's not bad, actually. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. Ironically. Why? Vertical wind profiles. Why is this event doing that? Why is this taking so long to load? Okay, that is a very good environment for tornadoes. I'm genuinely surprised. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Arkansas actually had an uptick in tornadic activity. Actually does have some decent Cape, 3 Cape and vorticity amounts. But it is going towards an environment of terrible 3 Cape, so. I'd watch some warm frontal tornadoes is not out of the question. Yeah, Bismarck, Arkansas could be something to watch out for very closely. What's a land spout? It's a tornado on land. It's a weak one. Let's go back to the cell near Rockwood. I need some water here in a second. I'm starting to run out with that cup. The cell that's currently moving over Rockwood is starting to kind of recycle a little teeny bit from what I've noticed. It is trying to recycle. Only issue is that it's also combating the fact that this is also trying to gust out a little bit more. You have a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side. And basically what you want the storm to do in order to produce a tornado is you want it to wrap around completely. All right, make a full 360 in a counterclockwise fashion. However, what the storm might be trying to do is as the rain gets pulled around just like this, it's not strong enough to pull the rain back. So instead, it just gusts out in general. It just creates some strong damaging winds along the bottom side. So that's kind of what I'm seeing here. As the rain gets wrapped around, it's just getting pushed out. It can't be pulled back in. Either that or it's very weak in getting pulled back in. So that's the dilemma right now from that storm near Rockwood and Santa Ana. The storm that is approaching Midland, excuse me, actually has a lot of 3 Cape. And it was right on the edge of the vorticity, which is kind of interesting. Can you get GR2 Analyst on Mac? You can if you have a Microsoft Store and Microsoft encoder. But yeah, this isn't a really good environment of 3 Cape, but just kind of weaker amounts of vorticity. I want to check a storm real quickly. It's not in a terrible environment. These storms, however, are. So those won't do anything. It's a lot of vorticity down here near San Angelo, so I won't be surprised if there is like some land spouts over there. Yeah, as of right now, San Angelo is out of the risk. They could get some more severe weather a little bit later on. But from the looks of it, they're out of the risk for right now. They do have a flash flood warning, so of course, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive in the flooded roadways. Go to Arkansas. We'll go back to Arkansas in a second. Texas is a big state. The storms south of Abilene, they have little bits of rotation. They are in a little bit of vorticity. And then these other severe thunderstorm warning cells don't really appear to be too much, or at least doing too much. The cell is approaching Levelland. We do have viewers that are over in Levelland. So I would watch out. Could be the potential of some severe weather over there. Maybe even a land spout or two, so a brief little tornado is possible. But regardless, all right, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. So strong damaging winds, maybe even hurricane force winds in some spots as well. So I highly recommend you get indoors. All right, get indoors and stay away from windows. And there even is another cell. It's over here near Whitharl. Heading towards the Roundup and shallow water areas. That could be another severe aspect of the storm. What about Brownfield? Let me take a look at Brownfield. George, hold your horses. All right, not going to say it again. We'll get there when we get there. We're looking at other stuff in Texas for right now. We know the storm that is approaching Hot Springs exists. We know it does. All right, but we'll get there. We will get there. Brownfield is in a severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. I don't see anything tornadic. I see some spotty hail events for the most part. But strong damaging winds, I think, is going to be your main threat. Same thing with over here in La Mesa and Seminole. Seminole actually had a reported 60-mile-per-hour wind gust heading towards the La Mesa area. Could potentially see something over there. Because we do see... Well, first off, there is a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag on this. But obviously, we also have the reports of the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in Seminole. So this thing has had a history of producing severe parameters, right, within these storms. Alrighty. Midland has now been issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So we knew that was going to be the case. Midland is a relatively populous area. Midland is a populous area here in Texas. So if you know anyone who lives in Midland, you need to tell them to get indoors and stay away from windows because there's the potential of golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this storm. All right. They got the kitchen sink that they're trying to throw at you. So if you know anyone in Midland, now is the time to start sharing the information with them because that could be a significant storm. That could be a significant storm. All right. Take a look at the storm in Hot Springs, and the rotation has died. I wonder why. If we go to lapse rates, would it tell me? Low-level lapse rates. Yeah, the lapse rates suck over here. It's a 6 to 6.5, so lapse rates are not good enough to get it done. Lapse rates are definitely not good enough. Check the weather in Statesboro under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it's crazy. Really? There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Statesboro. See a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. Yeah, I see a lot of strong damaging winds. That's the only reason why it's warned. It's also moving very slowly. Northwest at 10 miles per hour. So this is more of a flash flooding risk than a severe thunderstorm risk. Can I look at the Sullivan, Alabama storm? Sullivan, Alabama is where? Assuming it's somewhere along here, so let's see. And I couldn't find it. Let's find it. Sullivan, Alabama. Oh, that's this cell. I mean, it's there. I don't see too much activity, though, with it, so I'm not too concerned. I'm not really concerned in any area that's in the deep south or in the southeast, to be completely honest with you all today. Today's not their risk. Today's not their risk for severe weather. Yeah, Midland is going to be an issue here soon. Midland is going to be a huge issue. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, we have 67 I see on radar here at the lowest tilt, which is 6,000, well, not 6,000, 600 feet above ground level. Yeah, this cell right here approaching Midland is going to be a huge concern. Huge concern. Wichita Falls isn't anticipated to be too much of a risk here this evening. What do I see for Abilene later tonight? Very strong damaging winds. Strong damaging winds. Trying to look at everything I have here. Yeah, that's some widespread large amounts of hail. Yeah, that is moving into Midland. My goodness. Is there a camera over here in Midland? Huh? That doesn't make sense. What about this camera for Odessa? These cameras don't make any sense. Did they upgrade tomorrow's risk to a slight? Did they? No, they have not. Still a marginal risk. CC drop at the Sullivan, Alabama storm? Doubt it. Press an X to doubt there, my friend. Only reason why I say is because there is definitely not any rotation over there. Actually, could have been. A little bit of spectrum width. Maybe a little bit. Correlation coefficient. Why do I have correlation coefficient on both screens? Maybe. I think it's too displaced for it to actually be one. It looks like it's too far away to be one. Like displaced within the correlation coefficient drop. But it could have been. Definitely could have been. Brownwood, Texas storm? Brownwood. Isn't that? That's over there. So basically that tornado warned storm. It's trying again. It's definitely trying again. Is there any radar that's close to it now? I can't use KDYX because it's down, unfortunately. But it's producing a lot of hail. Lot of hail. Very heavy amounts of hail. Give me a second here, guys. Is there a camera over here in... No, there is not. Well, that sucks. So much for me being the webcam guy. There is no webcams over in this area. So that's unfortunate. But we can still try and figure out what's going on. I'm not sure if there's any web cameras. I'm still looking through and trying to find it. Because it's kind of just half and half. Brownwood's going to get hit by the large hail regardless. Brownwood's going to get hit by the large hail. The actual tornadic rotation, however, that's another story. That's another story. Yeah, Abilene is still down right now. So that's really a lot of help, isn't it? Take a look at it. We've been looking at that severe thunderstorm warning for quite some time. Oh, no, wait. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one doesn't have any rotation. At least not at the lower levels. In the upper levels, it has a little bit of it. But it doesn't seem to be doing too much at this time. The lapse rates over there are pretty low, so it's a really low chance for tornadoes to actually form. We actually had another severe thunderstorm warning that was near Hot Springs. Still is there, and it still has a little bit of rotation. But it just didn't do anything. That's because the environment's not really too favorable, although there is a chance. All right, there is a chance for tornadoes to form within that area. The environment is not the most favorable for tornadoes to drop. 80 mile per hour severe. Leveland. I knew it. I knew it. Somewhere. Could be some hurricane force winds. West Texas Mesonet. Sundown reported 78 mile per hour winds. Jeez. Yeah, there it is. Mesonet reports 78 mile per hour winds near sundown. So, yeah. And that's going to be heading off towards Lubbock, too. So, Lubbock, even though they're seeing scattered showers and thunderstorms right now, all right, they're going to see a line that's producing some very strong damaging winds that are going to be moving on through to that area. So, if you're in Lubbock, I highly recommend getting indoors. That's what I would do. I would get indoors. I would stay away from windows. Because you have a storm that's producing very large hail. Very large hail. And almost hurricane force winds, maybe even stronger than that in some spots, so. I wonder if that south and east of Leveland could potentially be a little spin up that's trying to develop. Maybe a little tornado. Yeah, I wonder if this could be a little tornado that's trying to develop over here near Opdyke West, north and east of Cloyne. I really do wonder if that's the case. Let's go back to Midland. Midland's about to get slapped. Alright, Midland's about to get actually slapped. Very strong damaging winds and large hail. Very strong damaging winds and large hail. Don't see anything tornadic. I don't see anything tornadic. I wish the camera over there would just work. I wish the camera would just work. Technology, stop failing me. But technology does do that. Technology does sometimes not work. It happens. Might be a weak tornado west of Lubbock. Called it already. I've been feeling a lot better lately, Galaxy. The past 3 days, I wasn't feeling all too well. But today I'm feeling pretty good. Today I'm feeling pretty good. I don't see anything. I don't see a tornado on this cell near Midland, but this thing is producing some really large hail. Very large hail. I want to go back to the tornado warned storm if it is still a tornado warned storm, and it is. Okay, 4-inch sized hail with that cell near Brooksmith. 4-inch sized hail. That is an ouch, ladies and gentlemen. That is an ouch. So 4-inch sized hail approaching Brownwood and south of Brownwood. If you know anyone that lives near Brownwood or south of Brownwood, they need to watch out very, very closely. Very closely. Yeah, 2 areas of rotation that I see. One that's south and east of Leveland. One that's south of Roundup. Could potentially have a couple areas that are trying to produce tornadoes. Real quickly here. Huh? Really? That's... Wow. If that's the case, that's crazy of what I just listened to. Live cameras in Lubbock here. I do believe Lubbock actually has a Sky Camera, right? The only thing I don't like about Radar Omega is that when the storm is near Texas, there isn't a whole lot of options for cameras. Yeah, the thing of it is that they mainly orient most of their cameras over there into areas of more populace. So, it happens. Wow. So, new damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Brownwood. I'm not too surprised. South of Smyre still is trying to produce a tornado. If not, it is producing a tornado. Once again, if you're in Lubbock, you need to still stay in your safe space. No, VDS is very dangerous situation. If you read in the warning box, it actually says very dangerous situation on the damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Or not damage threat considerable. Damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Or sometimes it does say it. These are destructive storms for sundown. Okay, so now it's no longer VDS. It's just DS. DS. Yeah, that's pretty messed up. I'm not gonna lie. The video that someone sent me, that is pretty messed up. And I won't get into why it's messed up. I might talk about it in my Discord server. I'm definitely gonna talk about it to Morgan, because oh my gosh, it's just jeez. Can't believe he said that. That's why. Why? Oh my gosh, that's just. Has this become the weakest May when it comes to tornadoes? In the United States, definitely not. This May was 10 times more active than the past 2 years combined. So, this is definitely a lot more active than what we've seen before, but it's not as active as the historical events that you guys remember. As I said, I'm not going to get into why it's messed up. If you're in my Discord server, I'll talk about it, but that's just my... I don't know how... I gotta listen to it one more time, guys. Alright, you guys can't hear it, but I gotta listen to it one more time. Oh my gosh. Not only is that cringe, not only is that very cringe, because I'm... Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Not only is that very cringe, it's also very inappropriate. Alright, well... Can you send the link that works to become a member? Are you on an iPhone? If you're on an iPhone, then it won't work. You need to go to Safari or Google Chrome and go through it that way. Because if you're on iPhone, it won't work. If you're on a computer, it will. If you're on Samsung, it will. Yeah, I'm downloading it right now. And I'm gonna put it in off topic here. There you go. So I put it in off topic on my Discord server. If you want to listen to it yourself, you can. But that's just, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just how? How? I don't know if it's taken out of context. He could be meaning something else. But I mean, that's just, it doesn't look good. Ah, jeez. So yeah, if you want to join my Discord server to watch it yourself, you can. It's in my Discord server. And I'll leave a link in the chat if you want to join it. Jeez. Yeah, there it is. I'll leave it in the chat if you want to see it yourself. But I'm sorry, that's just, I would do investigations before anything happens. I would, because, you know, could easily be taken out of context. But I just, as I said, it doesn't look good. All right. Let's get back to weather. Let's get back to weather. Sorry about the inconvenience to the people who couldn't get on Discord. Let's just continue with the coverage here. Brownwood and Zephyr here in Texas, they're going to get hit by some very large hail. More than likely in upwards of 3.5-inch sized hail. Actually getting reports of $half sized hail right now. So, and that's on the outskirts of the cell. So it might be even larger in some instances. What's been happening today? A lot of hail. Hurricane force winds in some spots, and maybe a spin up or two of tornadoes. But the main reason why we're streaming today is because of those hurricane force winds. You don't see the off-topic part on Discord? Did you go to the rules? Did you go to the rules and hit the check mark? If you're on Discord, go make sure you guys go to the rules and hit that check mark, because that's the big way for you to... well, first off, you got to verify your account. So that would be nice. So please verify your account. Which should have been a DM that was given to you. And then after that, you go down to the rules, you hit that check mark button, and then you'll be able to see it and stuff like that. But yeah, it isn't, Mark. It isn't. And it's not like it's like viewers' discretion is advised. It's not like it's gonna scar you for life. All right, it would just change the perspective that you had of something. How's Lubbock doing? Lubbock needs to stay indoors because there's a big strong storm that's moving on through with damaging winds and hail. But I don't see any tornadoes with it, so you should be fine for the most part. So, all in all, I'd say as long as you stay indoors and stay away from windows, you'll be fine. You'll be good. And also, if you're having issues trying to get in the Discord server, if you are having issues getting into what the heck just happened? As I said, if you have any issues getting into the Discord server, please contact me. That way I may be able to get this information out to you all. Yeah, I don't know what in the world is happening. But you know what? It is what it is. By the way, you can get in contact with me now because the weather, it's not like there's a significant tornado that's ongoing. So I'm able to try and help people with any sort of issues. Although there might be a tornado near Cap Rock, Texas, which would be east of Lubbock. But luckily that's heading off towards a more rural portion of Texas. So that's the good news. The damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now heading towards Brownwood. It is right there. It is right there. Eden, Texas. Where is that? Because I just got something sent in. Eden, Texas. That is over south and east of San Angelo. When was this? This was 32 minutes ago. Okay. So basically what I just got sent here, chat, it's a very nice shelf cloud picture. Half an hour ago in Eden. All right, and I'll show you where the storm is right now. But it is approaching the Brady area. So that same storm here that, made this insane shelf cloud here. Crazy enough. Is that an inside joke, Shell, to the video? Because if it is, then I'm shooting myself. It's happening. We are playing Kahoot. And I'm shooting myself in the foot. In the foot. In the foot. In the foot. That could easily be taken out of context too. That's the funny thing. You have a question? Go for it, Jose. Go for it. Yeah, I'm gonna do some research on it for the people who saw the video and off topic. I'm gonna do some research on it outside of the stream. Try and watch over to see what that entire context was. But if it is not, oh boy. Things are quieter. How about the storm? How are the storms looking for the Northeast on Friday? Apparently there could be storms in the Connecticut area. Yeah, there could be severe weather in the Connecticut area. I was actually planning, if severe weather was going to be strong enough for the East Coast over here. I actually was planning on potentially trying to chase it. But I don't know. I'm still a little bit far away in regards to me predicting it specifically. I will say this. A lot of strong, damaging winds are possible across the board. So that's the one thing I will say. So let's go back over here. And you guys probably already saw that National Weather Service confirmed the EF1 tornado in Mecklenburg County from yesterday. EF1. It's all good, Kazaki. It's all good. We actually skipped last week. Decided to take a break. And tonight there won't be classes. Instead, it'll be tomorrow if I don't live stream. So that'll be interesting. What May was the worst year for tornadoes? I can't remember, honestly. I remember looking it up, but I don't want to say it's 2011 because I don't know. That's the reason why I said I'm going to do my investigation later. I'm going to conduct my investigation later to see if that really was the case. But, I mean, I don't think it's 2013 either. I don't think it's 2013. I think it's one of the events that were in the either the 90s or the 70s. I think. But it's definitely not 2013. That cell near Brownwood might be trying again, but at the same time is also producing a lot of strong damaging winds. So it's kind of congealing itself. He went live again and did he really? Did he really? No way that he did. If he did that, I think either A, someone told him that it happened, that he said that and they needed to delete it, because then they knew that it was guilty, or I don't know. But if that's the case, then that looks very suspicious to me. I don't know. But you don't delete a live stream when you've been live for over several hours. You just don't. You keep it up. 4-inch size hail again in Brownwood. That's... Ow. Another 4-inch sized hail. In the maximum expected hail size. That's just crazy. This thing just continues to go and go and go and go. I'm gonna have a little bit of my dinner here. Yeah, I don't doubt his power going out because it happens. All right, I understand that. Just deleting the stream afterwards. Running for Crosby? What? Let's see your question. No, I didn't. Let's actually go back up to see it.
Tornado warning for southeastern Crosby County in northwestern Texas.
I knew it! I said there probably was a tornado ongoing near Cap Rock, did I not? It's producing a tornado. I knew it. I knew it. Happened. All right, so let's see the question here. The meteorologist always says that we're going to get storms that are severe here in eastern Texas, but as soon as it hit us all the time, it's never strong, or if it's just rain. Why is that? Well, it really depends upon where you live, okay? So in some areas, okay, it'll be a lot stronger than other areas, and that could mainly be because the storms that hit you, okay, you know, the main part of it could be somewhere else besides where you live. So that's probably the general answer. You know, of course, Eastern Texas is huge. So, you know, I've had numerous instances where I've covered severe weather and portions of Eastern Texas has been hit. So I can't say that all of Eastern Texas has been spared, but that's my thing there. But yeah, that is a tornado. That is more than likely a tornado in progress. That is also a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Brown County in west central Texas.
Kind of surprised about that a little bit, but the nearest radar is still San Angelo, so it's not like we can do too much. But that is a new tornado warning for Brown County. I believe that's Brown County at least. And it is Brown County. So if you're in Brown County, south of Brownwood, you need to get in your safe space. If you weren't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So Zephyr, as well as Villa, Mullen, Democrat, and Pretty. If you're in those areas over there in Texas, you need to get in your safe space. And I would even include Brownwood and Newburgh, to be completely honest with you, because it's producing absurd amounts of hail within this area. I mean, it is actually absurd with the amount of strong damaging winds within that area. It's my Discord server. My Discord server. Do I still have the link here? No, I do not. But my Discord server is Twist of Fate. It's the name of my Discord server. And if you want to join it, there you go. What are the eddies in the shelf cloud? More than likely gaps to where there could potentially be some whirlpooling effects for tornadic rotations. But yeah, without getting political here, okay? All right, and chat, this does not mean you get political yourself, okay? This is heading for Democrat Texas. So get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So Zephyr, Villa, Mullen, Pretty, P-R-I-D-D-Y, not pretty. It's Pretty, P-R-I-D-D-Y. Bozar and Newburgh. So get in your safe space. I don't know where this is at. Weak tornado at 454. Andrews, Texas. Where is Andrews? Wait, Andrews, I think, is that cell up there. It is. It is Andrews. All right. This is a video from the tornado warning that was north of Midland. All right, north of Midland. And look at this here, guys. There's the tornado in the field. And you can see the funnel right above it, too. So that is a tornado. And then they also have another video. That's what they were looking at right there. Clearly spinning cyclonically. No, wait, anti-cyclonically. Yes? No? No, it's cyclonically. It's cyclonically. So right there. That is indeed spinning cyclonically. So that's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. Jeez, the cell near Brady has a heck of a shelf cloud. Very strong damaging winds here. Just saw it on the side screen. I'm pulling it up here actually because I do want to. This is from Daniel Shaw. Daniel Shaw is actually from Australia. And there's a storm spotter over there. Look at this here. What Daniel Shaw got. Heck of a shelf cloud over there near the Brady area. And that was the same one that was over near Eden. Same one that was over near Eden. I mean, that's pretty cool. So good stuff like that. If you want to go see Daniel Shaw and his work, go to severestorms.com.au. Would be the best place to go. Did you hear Chewbacca? No, that was probably a truck. Probably a truck. We're not talking about that. As unfortunate it is, we're not talking about the unfortunate events that have happened today that are outside of weather. All right, we pray for them. I pray for them. All right, it is despicable. And I do not support the shooting of children. But at the same time, here we are talking about weather, and that is what we are going to continue to talk about. So, once again, all right, we've pinned a message. We know there's an unfortunate event that has occurred today outside of weather. But let us not talk about it. Okay? Because there is some significant activity ongoing at this time that we need to direct our attention to instead. Yeah, this thing continues to be rather gnarly, I'm not gonna lie. What in the world? That might be a strong land spout. The video did it. Hybrid tornado reports of a land spout around this time. Well, the first one over near Cap Rock, yeah, that was a 100% land spout. 100% land spout. The second one, there's a new one that's developed to the south and east of Owens. That might be a Siggy land spout. Believe it or not. Might be a Siggy land spout. Tornado warning continues, and this is for Crosby County, and there's only one person that lives in this tornado warning. There's only one person that lives in that tornado warning. So if you are that one person and you're watching this live here right now, there might be a strong tornado that's trying to develop here. Strong land spout that's trying to develop with this storm, so you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, I do have a lot of radar windows open. They called me a madman. We're still way too far. I hate that Abilene's radar is down right now. Thanks, Abilene. Difference between land spout and tornado? One's weaker than another, basically. Took time to get posted, it's not deleted. Okay, so then that means I still can actually go see it. That's good. Yeah, strong land spout. That's a first. I know, right? Oh, geez. So now that's a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Midland. Baseball-sized hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. And a tornado possible. That might be producing a tornado now, too. That could be producing a tornado heading towards Garden City. Yeah, that might be a tornado that's heading towards Garden City in Texas. Yeah, that might be something to watch. If you're in Garden City, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You need to get in your safe space, because that one could go. You can clearly see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So that's pretty, that's as well defined as you can get it. Lot of hail with this cell too. Man, this thing might actually put down a tornado. Yeah, that's the tornado warning over there in Crosby County. That might not be a land spout anymore, by the way. And I don't think it's a land spout anymore, because now it's fully connected to a mesocyclone. Yeah, so that's not a land spout. The other one, was that even a land spout? That's the real question.
Tornado
Hypothetically,
warning for
no.
Central Glasscock County in western Texas.
Yep, so that did got gone. So there's your tornado warning there. That is for Glasscock County, Texas. More than likely a tornado. It could have been. Yep, so tornado warning for Garden City. If you're in Garden City, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You need to get in your safe space. The good news is that there's only 500 people that live in this tornado warning. The bad news is that they're all concentrated around one area and that it's heading directly for that. This is concentrated around Garden City. So if you know anyone that lives near Garden City, they need to get in their safe space. This is very well-defined hook. Very well-defined rotation here as well. I'm wondering when the radar is actually going to update. Because it should have updated by now, hypothetically. But yeah, I would not be surprised if that was on the ground. We also have the storm that's over here near Cap Rock. That, I still think, I think it is producing a tornado at the moment. I do think it actually is producing a tornado. And it's been producing a tornado. The only thing, of course, is that it's it's over farmland, so it can't pick up anything, but yeah, that definitely does look like it could have produced a tornado. More than likely is producing a tornado, I should say, right now. A lot of hail around that too, but yeah, definitely a tornado south and east of Owens, Texas. So I do think that is the case. This is updated. No debris signature yet, but that is a very big debris ball. Or not really a debris ball, but a big ball here. This is very well defined. It's also gusting out on its northern edge, which is the strange thing. I actually want to take a look at a vertical wind profile of a nearby radar. And it'll probably tell me as to why this thing is doing something. CC drop southwest of Lake Charles. Not on my screen. Too far north. Well, maybe actually. It could be because the wind is fanning it a little north. So maybe could see something within that. No tornado possible, ironically, with that. 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So, but it's kind of half and half. But another decent call. Another decent call. That's a consolidation of spectrum width. Yeah, this thing might be on the ground. This thing probably is on the ground. That does look like a pretty strong tornado at the moment. 61 on top of 41, that's a 100 mile per hour delta velocity, which is how fast the tornado actually is. For whatever reason, the radar, the vertical wind profile has not updated for me. So I'm unable to actually see what the environment is like, which is kind of stupid. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Crosby County in northwestern Texas.
Yep, Crosby. Again, another tornado warning. It is starting to move further east. Huh. Garden City CC. I just downloaded the new bit and it doesn't see CC for me, so I don't see it on the ground right now. Might help to see what's happening. Might have a point. It might help me in the long run because obviously the vertical wind profile is not working for me. You know, if that could work, that'd be amazing, but I guess it's just not going to work. Kind of compact inflow notch. Updraft is very straight up. Oh, wait, no, never mind. There it is. There is the updraft. And that one might be interesting. This one could potentially be, I mean, obviously we know it's a tornadic supercell, but that's a new update. Still no debris signature, ironically, which is the good news here. But very strong winds with this. Very strong winds with this, 100%. So Garden City is the one, or at least the main one that's being impacted right now, or areas south of Garden City. And even if Garden City doesn't get directly impacted by that, they're going to get impacted by the large hail. All right. I mean, we take a look at the maximum expected hail size. You can see how widespread this hail actually is. Buggy. Both him and I do the same exact thing, so. I know I'm not him, but I've been doing this for a lot longer than he has, so I guess I'm good enough. I'm good enough. This thing might be trying to recycle. I think this storm... And the only reason why I say that is because the main area of rotation is heading down south, unless if it occludes to the north, and that'll be an issue. There's a new mesocyclone that could be trying to develop on the northern side. And yeah, that actually is the case. There is something that's trying to develop on the northern side. So this storm is really strange. Very strange. Update on your county for Grayson. Yeah, that's fine. Let me take a look. Grayson. You guys will see some strong damaging winds, but it will be later on this evening. It will be later on this evening. Velocities are very strong. I see 49 on top of 71. That is a 120 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within that rotation. And I mean, it's very close, if not is putting down a tornado on the ground right now. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder, so that way I may be able to get perspectives out, because I do believe this could probably be a tornado on the ground. Could probably be a tornado on the ground. I don't see any pictures on Twitter right now. I'm scrolling through and I've followed most of the storm chasers and stuff like that. I don't see too much, let alone people on this in general. But there is what seems to be some strong rotation over here. Very high normalized rotation with this too. You can see it's consolidated. You have your lower levels of rotation, or at least, you know, the lower level on the scale, I should say, in blue. You know, this is decent rotation in green, good rotation, or I should say, yeah, I would say good rotation for yellow. Very good rotation in red, and then of course once you get to the pink and white, which is on the higher end of the scale over there, then that's when you have very good rotation. We do have that with this storm still, so As I said, not really too surprised if this thing was on the ground right now. Would not be too surprised. Does look like to me, based off of radar presentation, that it is starting to gust out a little bit more. Wouldn't be surprised if the next velocity scan told me it was kind of gusting out a little bit more. PDS. Wow. Well, two things. It is starting to recycle, and it is about to hit Garden City. So wow. So it did do it. It's recycling to the northern side, and it's trying to produce a tornado to Garden City. It's exactly as I was saying earlier. So Garden City needs to get in their safe space. But that is a PDS. PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Glasscock County in Texas until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Garden City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So Garden City, you are about to be impacted right now. You have your strong tornado that is south of Garden City. You have a new rotation that is developing right over Garden City. If it's going to put down a tornado, it's going to be right on top of you all. No, this is not confirmed. They said radar indicated rotation, which implies that they don't know if it's on the ground right now. But they're saying that it could be a large and extremely dangerous tornado. They have no verification right now, but I would have to agree with them. I would have to agree with them. And as I said, there could potentially be a new area of rotation that is developing near Garden City. And if that's the case, it'd be putting down right over Garden City. Dallas-Fort Worth will be impacted later on this evening. So, of course, I'm going to try and cover that a little bit more later on. But yes, they will be getting more activity. So more than likely a damaging tornado ongoing right now, as I said. As I said, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Garden City in Texas. That's what we're talking about right now. Large and extremely dangerous tornado was located in Garden City, Texas. The good news here as of right now, is that the one that does have, or most likely does have, the large and extremely dangerous tornado, that more than likely is south of Garden City. However, there is a new area of rotation that is developing right over Garden City. And Garden City could not only be impacted by the large hail that's already seeing, all right, because you can see on the maximum expected hail size right here, it already has some very large hail. But potentially a new tornado that could try and develop and move right through Garden City. New reflectivity scan came in. Lot of large hail. A lot of very large hail. We're going to see a new velocity scan here in a second. We're going to see a new velocity scan here in a second. 2 seconds and 1. And there it is. So the one to the south has weakened. It is detached. The other one to the north is trying to develop a little bit more, but it hasn't put it down. So that's the good news. It looks like the actual rotation aspect of these storms have moved off just to the east of Garden City, if not southeast. There's 2 areas of rotations here. So that would be the one thing to note. And that's the good news there. That is some very good news. I want to check back up to the north because that's another tornado that could be trying to develop. Yeah, that's a new area of rotation over there. But yeah, that Cap Rock cell was producing a tornado, in my opinion, or at least was most likely producing a tornado. More than likely, I should say, producing a tornado. My English has not been the best here today. And again, it never really is, so. You know, that's a thing. What large city is near Garden City? It would be south and east of Midland, Odessa, and north and west of San Angelo. So fortunately, right now, we're actually getting further and further away from Populous. But it's approaching the general vicinity of Sterling City. Might actually go south of Sterling City. But yeah, that is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. There could be a large and extremely dangerous tornado here next to Garden City, Texas. And if you live near Garden City, Texas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Tornado warning has been updated. You'll see it updated here in a second. The tornado warning has been updated for Crosby County. And it's still radar indicated rotation. That tornado warning, by the way, only has 12 people that live within that tornado warning. So that's kind of the good news. Once again, relatively rural part of Texas. PDS tornado warning is just under a tornado emergency. Just under a tornado warning. Yeah. So you have tornado emergency at the top. You have PDS tornado warning. You have confirmed tornado. And then you have regular tornado. These type of storms happen all the time, regardless of global warming and climate change being real. These storms happen regardless. I mean, you know, if you were with me on Friday, all right, Germany is the tornado alley of Europe, for people who don't know. And there was tornadoes over there. One of the more prolific tornado events that we've had of the season. So they happen. I'm going to start yawning here in a second. I just know I am. So I'm just going to start breathing. Try and get oxygen to my brain so that I stop yawning. because it happens. What am I drinking now? So this right here is the leftover of the slushy that I have. Still going with that. And then water in my red cup. Although I'm running out of water. So I'll have to go to my sink here in a second and get some. Get tap water. Hope for the best. Hope for the best. Yeah, as I said, doesn't really matter. It happens regardless. Cell near Garden City may still be trying, if not still going. I want to take a look at the Midland, Odessa area. Ooh. Yeah, it is recycling, or at least it's been recycling for quite some time. And it is still trying to put down a tornado. So I think what's happening here is the old rotation that was over near Garden City has moved down this way. And that there is a new area of rotation that is developing on the northern side. So there's the new area, or at least the older area of rotation. That might try and put down a tornado here. There might be a new tornado that could try and develop along State Highway 158. Would not be surprised if that was the case. Heavy amounts of inflow surging into the storm, too, from the looks of it. But hydrate or dihydrate? Yeah, true facts. Plano, Texas is just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms at the moment. I don't see too much from them until later on this evening. Denton could be getting some activity, though. Denton is getting activity right now, actually, but it's not severe. And that'll be heading off towards the Louisville, Prosper, McKinney, Pilot Point, and Gunter area, as well as Sherman and Bonham. But Plano, they're just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms at best right now. They'll get their main activity here probably in about 2 hours. Something like that. Slushies are great. Love slushies. Yeah, there's Northern Italy. That's a good example of that. Another one, Gigglers. All right. Look up India. Look up India near the Himalayas. They have some pretty strong tornadoes over there, too. And it's all because the mountains channel all that moisture. So it happens. But how bad will Colleen get? They'll just see some strong damaging winds for the most part and some large hail. After all, you guys are in a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Jeez. That's a hail spike. Look at that here, chat. We have 2 hail spikes. We have one right there and we have one right there. Basically, and essentially, corrupting the data. So that's nice. That's very nice. We have 2 hail spikes. Yeah, that has corrupted the data until Kingdom Come. Hey, look, a bot. Thanks for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Gonna hide the user. There we go. But yeah, thanks, bot, for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. By the way, I can't control those bots. I really can't. They are, it happens. Oh, that's a confirmed tornado. Now it's been confirmed. Public confirms another possible tornado. So 2 tornadoes. What? They not only updated it, they confirmed that a tornado is on the ground. You know what? Clearly is... So still a PDS. Still a PDS. Tornado is observed now. And the public has confirmed that there has been a tornado. But luckily it seems to be moving further and further away from Populous. Now, Sterling City could be the next one to be impacted. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a new tornado warning here. And just for reference, as to the county, it would be Sterling County in Texas. If you're having issues figuring out Discord, just let me know. Try to do whatever I can. Or at least I'll try to do whatever I can, I should say. To try and help out. If you know how to friend people on Discord, give me a second. Do that. PDSs happen in 5s all the time. So it happens. I mean, not all the time, but you get what I mean. They're pretty frequent. What's the website to hear the weather reports? Is it IAMBot? No, it is not IAMBot. Although I'm actually thinking about creating a application. If people know how to code and stuff like that, hit me up and make applications. But no, it's GR Earth. GR Earth tells me. That might be a debris signature. I don't know. If the velocities could update, that would be greatly appreciated. Just tells me I cannot participate in chat. Then it might have something to do with you not accepting the rules. There's a difference between verifying your account and accepting the rules and the terms of service. If you go to information and then down towards rules, you'll see the rules and read through all that. At the bottom, there's a check mark. You tap it or click it, and then you would have accepted the rules and the terms of service. And then you'll be able to see all sorts of cool stuff. Did rules and region? Jeez. Well, what's your account then? Might be able to look into it. Anything from northern Indiana tomorrow? Unlikely. Did this storm split? It did kind of split. That's interesting. Velocities are still messed up, so that's kind of interesting. I'm also really interested as to how, if there is the said large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing right now, how San Angelo has not picked up on this and put out a tornado warning yet. But you know what? It happens. Okay, let's go see what this account is doing. Server settings, members, that. You're verified, you have a role, and you're a member. So it might be specific chats. Severe weather chat is a place to where they talk. Alright, because there's some chats where you can talk and some where you can't. Okay, so if you're on the left side and you scroll down to weather stuff, the tab weather stuff, you'll have specific chats like non-current weather, severe weather chat, tropical weather chat, and then you can go down to off topic. You can talk in those two. In the voice channels, you can go down, talk to that. You can even join voice chats if you set up a microphone on your device or something like that. Or even if you're on phone, you can talk through your phone's microphone. That type of stuff. Yeah, so some chats you can talk in, some chats you can't. Yeah, they're organized so that there's specific talk of specific things. So, for instance, severe weather, the stuff that's like tornadoes, damaging winds, hail, and rain and stuff like that. Talk about it in there. Tropical weather, so if there's like hurricanes or any sort of tropical stuff all across the world, talk about it in there. Seasonal weather, so it'd be like wildfires and snow and stuff like that. Put it in there. Off topic, so anything that's not weather, you talk about it in there. Only thing about off topic though is that does not give you a reason to talk about every single little thing. You have to, look at the rules and see what stuff you have to talk about first. Because, politics, that's a no-no. As religious as I am, religion resolves into conflict 9 times out of 10 because not every single person is religious. And so in a server that is based out of weather, it is not a religion, it's not a religion server. It's a weather server. So, yeah. Basically, you just got to look at the rules and make sure that, all that stuff. Yeah, Mercy, if you saw it in the, don't talk about it anymore because I need to research it more, alright? But I saw the video and it was sent to me in off topic. If you want to scroll up in off topic, I posted it in there. It's not the link that other people posted. It's what I actually posted. And I'm gonna do research on it myself because I've learned to not take things at face value and I need to see everything. I need to make sure that what I'm seeing is not completely out of context. But if that video wasn't taken out of context, that's pretty disgusting and insensitive. So, yeah, I'll look for it. This cell has been recycling. It's been doing all sorts of weird stuff. Yeah, as I said, more than likely drama, which is the reason why I wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Tornado warning for southern Sterling County in west central Texas.
So that's a new tornado warning. Not confirmed. Not confirmed. But it is a new tornado warning. Yeah, as I said, I wouldn't talk about it anymore. I would just talk about it in the Discord server, if anything. And even then, I probably even wouldn't talk about it in the Discord server too much. But, yeah. Yeah, this cell is still going, still going, still going. This cell's gonna take a while before it actually gets to San Angelo. Gonna be completely honest with you all. Be a bit over an hour, probably an hour and 15 minutes. But yeah. I want to take a look back at those storms that are up near Lubbock. Let's see if the test works. I'm not referring to weather. Terry with the 5. I know it's 2 hours late, but thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. There's little teeny bits of rotation along this line, but I don't see too much. These supercells are going to start to increase in activity here, though. Yeah, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, I'm assuming, which this is. Yep, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. All the way up to Guthrie. So the tornado was confirmed at one point, but it now isn't. Yes, that's exactly what's happened. Apparently, it was a large and extremely dangerous tornado, which in my opinion is not too surprising based off of how we were viewing it and watching it live. So here's where it was before. We'll go to Midland's radar. It'll be a little bit easier for us to see at that point. But there's where it was here. Okay, so here's where the rotation was. We have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. The radar's at the top left-hand part of our screen. Actually, it's more to the left of our screen. So greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And you can see how this all continues to play out. The reds and greens continue to get closer and closer to each other. And when they are really tight like this, usually tells us that there is a tornado in progress. Usually. All right, it's a high likelihood that it's on the ground. And they did confirming it that there was a tornado. And then you can see how the pixels have actually weakened quite a bit. And now here we are right now to where everything is pretty broad. Everything's pretty broad. So it's kind of just doing its own thing. Doing its own thing. Cherry Pie with the 5. What's up? What's up? Thank you so much. It says, hey, Nate, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Keep doing what you're doing to help these people. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot. So thank you. Let's see. Let's see. San Angelo radar is down. How does that affect tornado tracking? Is the San Angelo radar down? Is it really? It doesn't appear to be down. The Abilene radar is down. So the KDYX radar in Abilene is down. Now, to answer your question, how does it affect tornado tracking? Well, it basically takes out one of your eyes. All right? You're basically trying to forecast with one eye open, and your depth perception is like very messed up. You know, if you can try and proceed, I mean, you could still, proceed depth with one eye. All right? But once something gets further and further away from you, it doesn't really work all that well, does it? So it's kind of just one of those things to where without a radar, it takes out one of your eyes. And now you're having trouble looking at all sorts of stuff. So that's the best way for me to describe it. Yes, there is only one tornado warning at this time, and it is for this cell that is south of Sterling City. So yeah, that's the same thing for meteorologists. It's basically taking out an eye. And it's very difficult to try and track it. So for instance, the cell over here near Zephyr and Democrat and Pretty in Texas, we could be using another radar for this, the Abilene radar. But because it is down at the moment, we can't use it. So we're looking at another radar that's a lot higher to the ground, and obviously we want to see what's happen at the ground. So that's what I mean by just kind of losing an eye. Doesn't give you enough perspective. And that's also what happens when you have storms that are not covered by radar in general. So let's say I say something about a storm being in a radar hole. So that's the same thing, all right? Because there is no radar nearby, okay? It's just like taking out one of my eyes. I can't see what's going on too much. Not really as much of a perspective. But it still happens. And now my eye hurts after taking my eye out. The wrench is basically moderators. So they basically are the people that kind of keep everything in check. And that right there just messed up my computer. Thank you, computer. Very cool. Computer is very helpful today. Most of my stuff has been all jumbled for whatever reason. I have no clue why. But everything has just been really bleh from my equipment here. Live in Brownwood. It's the most intense rainfall / hail you've ever seen. Yeah, I'm not too surprised. There was a very dangerous storm over there. Actually, it was a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag that was over there. So, yeah, not really too surprised. And if you know anyone that lives near Pretty and Democrat as well as Pottsville, I would tell them to get into a sturdy structure too. Yeah, I know, 4K. I need to change. I keep saying I'm going to change my background, but I never do. I never do. Download more RAM, maybe? Yeah, okay. Okay. Excuse me? This right here is a hailstone that was measured in Green Tree, a subdivision of Midland. What do you call that size hail? What do you call that size hail? That's not in San Angelo, by the way. So let's actually just take that away. Boop. When will the tornado risk be over? A lot later on this evening. Yeah, 4-inch sized hail would be softball. Softball sized hail. I mean, and that's spherical too. Well, actually, it's more of an oval, but like it's not spiky. It's not spiky. DVD size, there it is. Hockey puck size. True facts. Baseballs are 2.75 inch size, by the way. Baseball's 2.75. Alright, so just for perspective, this thing's way larger than a baseball. Way larger than a baseball. Any predictions on the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Strong damaging winds and spotty hail. That's my main prediction right now. I don't see too high of a risk for tornadoes, but, you know, there definitely is a chance. There definitely is a chance. Plinko chip size? That's amazing. Yeah, it might be too small for DVD size. Yeah, for real. Size of Nate's brain? That's probably accurate. It's as spiky as the brain, too. Just kidding. Maybe a little smooth. Maybe a little smooth. Oh, for sure. The winds aloft. I think actually, if I pull it up real quickly, what some of the wind speeds were in the upper levels. So this would be from 4 to 6 kilometers above ground level. Some of the wind shear above this storm was about 30 to 35 knots. I'd say about 30 knots as an average. And then the, you know, the vorticity, the updraft characteristic, the thing of it is, so the lapse rates, all right, the parcel between the warm air rising, all right, how fast does that warm air rise? Well, according to the lower level lapse rates, this thing formed in a 8 to 8.5 degrees Celsius per kilometer lapse rate again. There is another bot. The bot continues to subscribe to the channel, so thank you for the subscription, bot. However, you are not needed here, so therefore, go away. What the heck? Yo! That's kind of insane. So The community has decided. Holy crap. I am so surprised. Wow. Alrighty, well, they have decided to put him down. They have decided to put him down. If you guys know, you know. And they are not associated with my my Discord server at all. They're their own people. But they have decided to put him down. Oh, jeez. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Prairie County
What?
in central Arkansas, southeastern White County in central Arkansas.
Why? What are you? That is a weird... Did the radar really break? The radar broke in Arkansas. It was temporarily down, and then they issued... There it is. Slippy, can you DM it to me on Discord? So that way I can see it on my side screen. So if you're in Des Arc and Hickory Plains, as well as Griffithville and Georgetown here in Arkansas, you need to go ahead and take the proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So this is in Arkansas, not in Texas. And, oh geez. Oh geez. Oh geez. Oh my gosh. They... What? What? That's... I have no words. No words. That is an actual thing. CRC is fine. It's only the southeastern portion of the county that's in tornado warning. It's Griffithville, Georgetown, Des Arc, and Hickory Plains that are in the pathway of this right now. But wow. I really can't believe. Oh my gosh, that's hope. It's a fire in the server right now. There's a literal fire. Oh my gosh. It's bad. It's bad. If you know, you know. For the people that I talked about it in the chat, because there are probably half of you have actually looked into it already. Yeah, if you know, you know. It's a literal fire right now. There's a fire across the board. And it's just, man. And it's not a literal fire. It's not a literal fire. I'm just saying that there's people who are mad. There are people who are really mad at someone. So, Theresa, I know you're in the Discord server, okay? In the Discord server, if you go to off topic, and if you are in my Discord server, in Twist of Fate, go to off topic and then scroll up. I said this at this, or I posted something that I was going to investigate a little bit later on at 6:36 p.m. Eastern, 5:36 p.m. Central. It's a video in there. I want you to watch the video if you can, just for perspective. All right. Now, I was going to do a little bit more research, but for the people who aren't live streaming, such, you know, that aren't myself, that's, they have done their research, or I at least hope they have done their research, and they are, they're doing that. Why am I not talking about the weather much? I don't see too much about this storm that tells me this is going to produce a tornado at the moment. So I guess I probably should have said that, but they have issued a tornado warning for that. It's just, man. Yep, see ya, Storm Chaser. I know, KOI Scott. It's been really manga-esque for the most part. Can I please check Denton? Denton just got hit by big line of storms. Yes, it is the clip. It is the clip. Anyways, all I gotta say is people are upset. And I'm even a little shaken by it. Because that's, when I first saw it, I was like, there's no way he actually said that. There's no way he actually said that. Branson, just scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part is what I'd say. What? What just happened? I'm confused about that, but okay. Becca, I'm gonna... Well, Becca, are you in my Discord server by any chance? And if not, that's fine. I could just send you something. Actually, it might be more efficient if I do. There you go. Click the Twitter link and you'll be able to see for yourself. And that's for the people in the mods chat as well. What did who say? You'd have to join my Discord server to find out, because I'm not saying it on here. Not getting into more trouble. Check the cell near Desert, Arkansas. That does have a tornado warning at this time. It does have a tornado warning at this time. The velocities are very bad, so it's like not to the point of producing a tornado. It probably was producing a tornado earlier, to be completely honest with you. But the radar was down, believe it or not. The radar malfunctioned, so it could not actually do anything for a period of time, but... Yeah, for all the mods who are in that chat, you want to look at it? There you go. Server is going. Is it mine or is it his? Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's his. Oh my gosh. Any reports of damage while the radar was down? I haven't heard anything, and I've been scrolling through. I've been constantly trying to find stuff on Twitter as this continues to progress more and more. But I haven't found anything in regards to damage. Have you seen it, Jazz? If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder for perspectives, all right? Because I'm all about trying to see what's going on at the ground. There's only so much radar can do for me. So feel free, if you want to help me get a good perspective as to what's going on, @ Nate_Snyder on Twitter is the way to go. There's still a tornado warning that's heading towards San Angelo. It's actually starting to hail out, ironically. It's starting to transition to more of a thunderstorm that is more oriented towards large hail rather than tornadoes. And I think this might be the official transition of the tornado threat into the hurricane-forced wind threat. Even though there is still a tornado warning here, it's still quite the risk. Just tweeted in a... What? Really? Yeah, I did see it, Biz. I don't know. I really don't know. As I said, alright, if I was able to investigate it, I would be able to figure it out for myself. Because I am a person of leniency. And I am a person that understands both sides. Okay? And that might be a fault of mine, too. Because, you know, some people might say that I am not, you know, assertive enough sooner, at least. Sooner. But the only thing that I am going to say is that I do not support the shooting of innocent children. Children. I do not support it. That's all I'm going to say. All right? Now, I don't want chat to say anything about, you know, anything else about, oh, you know, politics and stuff like that, okay? Because this isn't the place to do it, okay? I think we all can agree and leave it at that. All right, the only thing that I want to possibly hear is how, you know, how much of a dumpster fire it is now. But the only thing I think that we all can agree upon, all right, is that we do not support the murder of innocent children. That's all I have to say. So let's stick to weather. Yeah, and everyone should probably keep it in Discord, to be completely honest with you. west of Mexico in the Pacific already? Yeah, the Pacific tropical season has actually already started, believe it or not. It has already started. How do you join the Discord server? Great thing that you should ask, because if you want to join the Discord server and communicate with yours truly, that might not be the main reason why you want to communicate, but, you know, still, if you have any questions about weather and stuff like that, okay? The Discord server is the way to go, and even if you want to friend me on Discord, which, by the way, I friend everyone that friends me on Discord, as long as that you are not, you know, disruptive, disrespectful to anyone and stuff like that, including myself. All right, I'm willing to have a conversation with people. I'm willing to have a conversation with you all. So that's the link to the Discord server in the chat. That is the link to the Discord server in the chat. And then this is right here, my account. That's my account on Discord. Please be sure to, you know, if you have any questions and stuff like that, getting on to the channel, please be sure to do that. Oh my... No way. No way. There's your mesoscale discussion, increasing wind threat. Okay, so there's your, here's the main threat for Dallas-Fort Worth that's starting to materialize now. There's your wind threat. Oh, geez, this really just formed under our thumb. This really just formed out of nowhere, didn't it? I mean, I haven't been really paying attention too much to it, and I probably would have been able to figure it out if that radar was on, but there's your wind threat that's heading towards Dallas-Fort Worth. You see this giant line that's starting to develop here? That's heading towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. That's heading towards the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. So if you know anyone... If you know anyone who lives in Dallas-Fort Worth, okay, they're currently seeing showers and thunderstorms, I would tell them that the more significant activity is coming towards them here soon. So I'd watch out for that. Pilot Point, Texas, 54 mile per hour wind gusts. Jeez. Pretty crazy. It's both, Jane. It's both, unfortunately. Becca with the 11 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Constant supporter of the channel. And been with me since practically the beginning. Practically, at least around the beginning. So thank you so much, Becca. I really do appreciate it. What radar tower am I using for Denton? I would be using KFWS. KFWS would be the one to use for Denton. Any SIG tours? Yes, we actually had at least 2 today. At least 2. 2 that I would consider SIG tours. We do have a storm here that is approaching San Angelo. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning. And ironically, we have a live camera. All right, we have a live camera over in San Angelo. So, we might as well take a look at it, right? might as well see what we got. And let's actually go to the full screen here of San Angelo. We don't see anything yet. Okay, the storm is still really far away. Still really far away. But this is in San Angelo. And you can see the cloud layer right here, and then it drops. Big drop in the cloud over there. Huge drop in the cloud. What does that tell me? Shelf cloud. We have very strong damaging winds that are approaching San Angelo. So, if you know anyone who lives in San Angelo, first off, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. There's already a flash flood warning over there. And so if you see any flooded roadways, then I would highly recommend avoiding them and taking an alternate route. There's a storm that is approaching San Angelo in 30 minutes. Okay, so very similar to what I said in the beginning of the stream. There is a storm that is approaching San Angelo in 30 minutes. It could potentially produce 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe even 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but that would be very extreme. I would say 75, which would be hurricane-force winds. Okay? And if you know anyone who lives within those areas, all right, you need to watch out very closely. I have no idea how long you've been here. Theresa, you've been here for quite a while, too. I think it's been 18 months. If I remember looking through, I think you're 18 months. I'm actually curious myself, so I want to go check. But I think you've been here for 18 months. No, I'm sorry. You've been here for 21 months. 21 months, which is absolutely insane. That's almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. Which Becca was there around the same time as you, Theresa. It's just she didn't actually... she originally was a member, and then she stopped, I believe, for a little bit, and then came back. So, I mean, that's just absolutely insane. But let's go back to the half and half here. Once again, San Angelo is going to be hit by a very strong storm here. Large hail. Very large hail. Okay, we have 2-inch size hail across the board there. And, yeah, it actually updated too. That's the crazy thing. And we have some pixels that indicate almost 70-mile-per-hour winds sustained within some spots. That means you could potentially have wind gusts in upwards of 75 miles per hour. All right, that would be hurricane-force winds. That would be hurricane-force wind gusts within that area. So we really need to watch out very, very closely. We really need to watch out very, very closely as to how this continues to progress. That's classic, Julie. That is classic. Yeah, I am gonna take a look at Arkansas now just to see what stuff's over there. Might be a little bit of rotation over there near Dixie and Cotton Plant. That would be east of the Desark area. So that could be the next storm to go as a tornado warning storm. This cell over here near Ozark and Clarksville. I think I'm gonna actually move one of my radars. What radar would be the one to move? Or should I get a new radar? I think I'm actually going to do that. I think I'm going to get another radar here. And I'm going to move that over there to Fort Smith. Anything happening closer to Dallas-Fort Worth? It's starting to get there. It's starting to get there. Jeez, Mark. That's crazy. As I said, prayers. Yeah, maybe a little bit of rotation over there near Ozark. A bit of a whirlpooling effect, more or less. What it's trying to do is it's trying to gust out the winds, and on the northern side, it's trying to whirlpool counterclockwise, and on the southern side, clockwise. And it doesn't really work on the southern side because storms don't really favor rotation for clockwise unless if it's a very brief spin up. And so we have two different areas of rotation. We have one right there. We have one right there. And you can see it right there. I just outlined it. Right there. Pretty perfect. But yeah, on the there's one on I-40 and one north and east of Ozark. So really interesting. It does have a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't think it's tornado possible, and it isn't. But still something to note. Still something to note. You know, things could change. Yeah, that cell near cotton plant might be something interesting to watch later on. All right, back to San Angelo. San Angelo, as I said, is going to be impacted here more than likely in 30 minutes. More than likely in 30 minutes. So we're going to watch out for that very closely. Listen, if it doesn't matter if you can support the channel or not financially, because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter too much. All right, the way to support the channel is just by being here. Just by being here, watching, subscribing, and turning on notifications, and hitting the thumbs up button whenever you come to a video or live stream. You know, that's the best way to really support my channel. All right, the best way to support it financially, of course, you guys already know, but the best way to actually support my channel overall, in general, okay? You know, if I were not making any money whatsoever, which as I have always said on this channel, I would do this even if I weren't making money, because number one, I already did it for a year straight. Wasn't making any money. I mean, I was making donations, but the donations weren't really helping the channel all too much, because there just wasn't a whole lot. You know, I did it for a year without making a whole lot of money. And I would do that again. I would do that again if I had to. Do I use Radar Omega? Sometimes, but I use GR2 Analyst more because it's the best radar in all of radars that money can buy. But Radar Omega is the best radar that is cost efficient. Radar Omega or Radar Scope? Either or, whichever one you want to. Either one you want to use. Can I check the storms in Fayetteville, Tennessee? I can. I'm not anticipating too much from you guys, to be completely honest with you, but hey, I am going to check. So I think Fayetteville is this one, and it is. Very heavy amounts of rain. Winds indicate that it is some damaging winds. So it's kind of there. 40-mile-per-hour winds, pea-sized hail. So not really too much for Fayetteville, to be completely honest with you. You guys should be good. Go back to San Angelo. And I think in the distance, I'm starting to see a little bit of a shelf cloud. But I think we're still a little bit too far to really hammer it in as to what we've got. Big line, however. Big line that's starting to march its way towards Dallas-Fort Worth. Might be the time now to pull up Dallas-Fort Worth's radar and see what's going on along the line. I see a lot of damaging winds, but none enough that are severe. I'm actually curious if the National Weather Service has issued special weather statements for these lines. And they haven't, surprisingly. I'm very surprised that they actually haven't issued a special weather statement. But you know what? It is what it is. They probably will issue severe thunderstorm warnings relatively soon. I think they'll do that, especially when these lines continue to get closer and closer towards Populous. And, you know, that's not just because there's Populous there. Well, I mean, it kind of is, but it's not. The reason is not because there's populace. It's because as it gets closer and closer to populace, there's more and more weather stations that are around the area, and it will start to sample these showers and thunderstorms. So, you know, how fast the winds are, how much rain there is, if there's any hail and stuff like that. We'll continue to see more and more of those reports go up, and so that way the National Weather Service can make an accurate, you know, warning as this continues to progress further and further. But I think that's what it would. Yeah, Omega has a lot more stuff than Scope. That is the one thing I do agree upon. At least for products. Radar products, it does. Yes, that tornado was pretty huge. Morgan covered it live, and I was on with him, although I was kind of almost dead. Because I wasn't feeling too well. Should you be worried about those storms that are going to hit Abilene? I wouldn't be too worried. The storms that are approaching you right now don't seem to be super significant at the moment. But I'll continue to watch them very closely. I'll give you an update here in a bit as they get closer. The main tornado threat pretty much over. Well, I mean, there wasn't really a huge tornado threat to begin with here today, but the main one, yeah, I would say. Now, the thing of it is that the main tornado threat, all right, in my honest opinion, is not far from the general tornado threat. So, I would say the peak, okay, if you were to have a little peak, just a little peak, we've passed that peak. And now we're on the general tornado threat again, which is not far away from the peak of the tornado threat. So, if that makes sense, Denton, they are going to see some more severe showers and thunderstorms, more than likely. There aren't any severe thunderstorm warnings at this time, but they are seeing. Jeez, I can't speak. There are general showers and thunderstorms that are in their area right now, so I would watch out. April Rain and Sunshine, thank you so much. I want to say thank you to April. Another loyal follower of the channel. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate it for the 20. As I said, if you haven't already, please be sure to thank you, April. I say thank you to April. Really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much. Jeez. I'm gonna have to talk to someone about this later on, because this just, oh boy. Jeez. With all the issues that some of these states are having right now with a single radar, why don't they put 5 radars in each state? 1 in the middle of the states and then 4 in the corners. That's a great idea. All right, let's put it this way. I want more radars, okay? If I can get more radars, then it'll be so much better for me to cover these storms, because I'll know practically everything I need to know. The only issue? Costs too much. It's not funded. I mean, the weather program for meteorology and stuff like that, you have money, but it's not enough. It's enough to pay people. It's enough to constantly maintain the radars with maintenance, because the radars, of course, they do malfunction. You know, for the weather program, the hurricane hunters and stuff like that. So the hurricane programs, all sorts of whatnot. Okay, it's basically for maintenance and paying their people, paying their employees. There's just not enough money to build more radars, unfortunately. So, I'm all for getting more radars. I mean, if you look at Texas, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 radars in Texas that are actual, like, in-depth radars. Only issue, it just costs so much to build and maintain. It just costs a lot of money. Seriously, I don't see too much of an issue for you all. I think you guys are fine for right now. Although there is some strong winds over in Desark and Georgetown and Dixie, so I'd watch out for that. Heather with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. I really do. Everyone say thank you to Heather if you haven't already. Yeah, weather technology is, you know, progressed exponentially. It really is so much better. But if we're talking about just the general radars that I use with like dual pole basically adds in products like differential reflectivity and correlation coefficient and KDP and stuff like that. So the differential phase and all sorts of stuff like that. Basically takes a look at the densities and the densities of the particles and whatnot. You know, those things cost quite a bit of money. It's really weird that we aren't able to utilize military weather stations. I don't think those are good enough for the type of stuff that we need for radar. Yeah, the New Orleans radar does go down. It typically is not very good because there's already not a whole lot of coverage near New Orleans in general from that radar. You're asking for it to you're asking for more to increase. All right, so we have heard from our director of moderation. We're not allowed to talk about the moderator thing anymore in the Fate server. Or not the moderator thing, the David, not the, totally didn't say his name. Not allowed to talk about the if you know thing in there. Totally didn't say his name. Ah, boy. That is pretty funny. Anything fun on radar? Yeah, there is something pretty fun right now. We're going to go back to the San Angelo cell because that is about to hit San Angelo. And actually, let's go full screen. And let's zoom in. We have a shelf cloud. Look at that. Have a little bit of a shelf right within there. You can see the shelf cloud. It's not well defined quite yet. But we can see it all right. So we do have something there. What's the range of the average radar? I believe it's... The thing of it is that usually, all right, the range would range from a distance, okay, of around 140 miles. We'll say around 140 miles, I should say. We'll say around 140 miles. So that'll be the base. Heavy amounts of ZDR here. There was a supercell here, and then the ZDR turned it into a bow echo. So now we have an SVC that is technically now an SVC for a bow echo. So that's nice. A lot of rising air over there, indicating a sustainable thunderstorm. So if you ever see a ZDR arc like this on a bow echo, you know that that bow echo is going to sustain. And if you see it like this, you see a ZDR arc like that, you know that supercell is going to sustain too. I wish I had a good example of that. Will these storms do? They're too far away. Those storms might do near Eagle Pass. San Antonio. Let's move the San Antonio radar down. I love how you guys couldn't see anything, by the way, so let's go back to San Angelo. Yeah, totally couldn't see anything. My fault. There it is. If you see ZDR that arcs like that, boom, sustainable bow echo. And you can see that the storm is trying to bow out. It also is trying to produce a little tornado on the southern side too. It really is trying. So that might be a tornado risk there. Might be a tornado risk. That's trying to approach San Angelo. I'd watch out for that. I would watch out for that. But yeah, whenever you see a ZDR concentrated in a line like that, it's a sustainable storm. You know, if you just see a concentrated line of ZDR where it bows out like that. So that would be more like this. That bow echo is going to be sustainable. And then if you see something that is a little bit more like, not that, like this, it's not really showing up too much because there's already a lot of hail ongoing. Yeah, tremendous amount of hail falling over here in Mexico, so that's unsurprising. That's not really too surprising. Yeah, Dallas-Fort Worth could see some strong damaging winds, so I would watch out. I would indeed watch out. I'm trying to find a good example here for you all. There's one. Look at this. All right, so you see how ZDR arcs like this? See that? If you go to reflectivity, you can see the reflectivity arcs like that, right? If you see that, that's a sustainable supercell. Weather lessons with Nate. So on ZDR, if you see it arc just like that, that's a sustainable supercell, and it could potentially continue to sustain or intensify in the future. So look out for that. That is true, Angela. That is very true. Let's go back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's see if we got any ZDR shenanigans over here, too. Excuse me. Yeah, this line is starting to approach it. It's starting to approach the Fort Worth area. I would be more concerned about northern Fort Worth into like Denton areas. They could potentially see some strong damaging winds, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Sent me a picture on Twitter. Nice. Let me take a look and see. Let me actually exit out a full screen of that. That is a pretty cool shelf cloud, I'm not gonna lie, in northern Alabama. That is a really nice shelf cloud. I don't see the @ on Twitter. I don't see anything. Yeah, I'm looking through. Can't really see stuff. Ah, neck hurts. Neck definitely does hurt. As I said, if you find anything, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. Ever seen any hail the size of hockey pucks? Nope. Largest hail I've seen is quarter size, but I live in southern Pennsylvania, so that's not too surprising. And I used to live in eastern West Virginia, so that's even, well, it's actually about the same. I only live about 30 miles away from where I used to live. Hello from Texas? Well, hello, hello. Got a lot of storms that are over in your area, so that's the reason why I'm watching it. Speaking of which, I want to look at Cactus North. Because there is an interesting thing that is north of San Angelo. Did this supercell just root by any chance? Or did it just gust out? Let's go back to this. So this is San Angelo, looking north. That's not what I wanted. Lamau. That's what I wanted. There we go. That's the same, well, not the same website, actually. There's a different website for that. But I can rotate it around and whatnot. Brian, wow. That is a heck of a shelf cloud there. Where is that at, Brian? Just out of curiosity. But I'm watching for something to potentially be tornadic. Yeah, if I'm the National Weather Service, I would probably issue a tornado warning here soon. I'm not gonna lie. Drive from Clarksville, Texas to Sulphur Springs, Texas at 8:45. Will you be safe? Let me check real quickly. Let me check. But this is what Brian is seeing right now. I'm assuming he lives in Texas. Probably Dallas, Fort Worth, if anything. But it's always easy to assume that. So. But look at that view right there. That is crazy. All right. Clarksville, Texas. So that's right there. To Sulphur Springs. And you said that you'll be doing that at when? At 8:45. Will you be safe? So that's at about an hour from now. I think you probably could see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, to be completely honest with you. But I don't think you're going to see significant amounts of activity. I don't think it'll be like super severe. So I think you should be fine. But you could see some scattered showers and thunderstorms. You could. You could. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Trying to look through Twitter stuff again just to try and see. All right, well, the shelf cloud's starting to become a lot more apparent here. Looking at something here real quickly. All right, that's cool. It's all right. I'll be good. Julie, you can go to bed if you want to. You can go to bed if you want to. Probably going to see someone else here soon anyways. Oh, there it is. April's there. So, boom. And April will be in and out, so she and I will be able to take it. We'll be able to get it from here. I see something really interesting here, chat. I see something really interesting. That right there might be a wall cloud. Could be a wall cloud. That could be the storm that I was talking about that could potentially try and produce the tornado. That would be near the Grape Creek area. So now on velocities, you can't see it, all right? But if you go up in tilt, all right, so if you look higher and higher, right there, that's where the rotation's at. So I'm watching this very closely. Very, very closely. Because if this does put down a tornado, it'll be right near San Angelo. Maybe even on the northern side. But there definitely is something over there. Is Austin safe? Austin could see some severe weather. They're outside of the severe thunderstorm watch at this moment. So that's kind of the good news, but... mesoscale discussion. Damaging wind threat may increase over the next few hours. So yeah, they're saying the damaging wind threat over here to the west of 35 is going to increase. I think this is moving off to the north of us. So I don't think we will be able to get a good view of it. What the heck's happening behind my leg? But that is a pretty well-defined storm here. And what's happening is you have this kind of arcing characteristic, this kind of horseshoe, just like that. And a lot of rain that's starting to fall in behind it. So a lot of rain, a lot of rain, a lot of rain, a lot of rain, a lot of rain. Now what's happening is behind these clouds, you have this rain that's falling down and it's being pushed out, just like that. Being pushed out, just like that. And you have a whirlpooling effect where you have a little bit of rotation over here. And behind all this rain, so on the opposite side of that rain over there, there's a little bit of rotation right in there. So that's the one, that's the tornadic one. That's on the opposite side of all this rain. Emma, what's up? What's up? Been enjoying yourself today? Tracking the weather and whatnot? that a supercell? Technically it is. Technically it is a supercell. I was talking to someone who was just outside my door, so that's the reason why I was muted. Yeah, it's a supercell heading towards San Angelo, and we can see here on the dual screen, you can see that rain that's starting to approach San Angelo now as well. So this is quite the storm that has been progressing. And hopefully the people of San Angelo have taken to their proper precautions already. Hopefully they have already. That is a new day one. So areas near Lubbock is done. They're fine for the rest of the day. Luckily. Hmm. Eat a little bit more of my dinner. Yeah, science is fun. Science is fun. About Cypress, Texas? Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Cypress is going to be really far away. I think they'll get their activity tomorrow. How does northeastern Alabama look? Gusty. Very strong damaging winds over there for the most part. But otherwise, should be pretty fine. But yes, gusty. It's the best way I can describe it for you. Yeah, this line will take a little bit before it actually passes through Dallas-Fort Worth. But it is getting there. Let me actually take a timing here. Place marker from here. Storm motion from marker. And let's storm track there. So Fort Worth, actually downtown Fort Worth's going to get hit in 30 minutes. Dallas in about, that would be an hour and 15 to an hour and 30 minutes. So basically, the latest I can end the stream is an hour and 45 minutes from now. So that would be at 10:30 Eastern, 9:30 Central. We still have a little bit of ways to go. Thanks, Anne. As I said, I do cover Canada as well, so hopefully I'll be able to cover weather if it happens in your general area too. Hopefully I will. Hopefully I will. So, I think we all can tell. The visibility is gone. The visibility is gone. North of San Angelo. and it's just there. Now, funny enough, excuse me, there's a little bit of rotation north of San Angelo, but it's very weak, very weak. Probably some form of convergence that spun it up that way, but don't see too much. Yes, Dallas will be hit more than likely in about an hour and a half. I'm going to Vancouver too. Except I think it'll be in August. I think it's when. But I'm going to Seattle and Vancouver. Hey, listen. All right, the reason why I'm up is because I want to make sure that I don't miss anything, especially as it gets towards a populous area. All right. There will be more and more severe weather, of course. But I just want to make sure that these storms are not doing anything funny. And if they do, I'm going to be one to tell you about it. About Houston, that'll be tomorrow. That will be tomorrow. What do I think Austin will be getting later tonight? QLCS, more than likely. Nothing but a lot of open land in Canada. That's more for the prairies. Like Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. Will the Sanger area be hit? Let's take a look. Let me take a look. Sanger, Texas. That's near Denton. Yeah, they're getting hit right now, actually, by some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Now, the funny thing about it is that they might actually be too far north to really get hit by the main activity. But I would watch. I would still be weather aware as these storms continue to get closer and closer. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch for this general area, so you're going to have to keep our eyes open. What is a QLCS? Quasi-linear convective system. Basically a line of storms, to put it simple. QLCS. Line of storms. Squall line. Remind the people of South Central Kansas to be aware of flooded roadways and creeks and rivers thanks to the heavy rain we received. Is there actually a couple flash flood warnings over there in Kansas? Maybe flash flood watches, actually. Or flood watches in general. So, once again, if you're in a flood warning, or in a flash flood warning, or in a flood watch, alright? Turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, because the roadways actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Alright, so it'll kind of fool you to think that, hey, it's fine, you can drive through, and then all of a sudden, plop. Time do I think the Houston storms could be impacted, or could be impacting Houston? It'll definitely be later on into the early hours tomorrow, probably around 3 or 4. Would not be surprised if it was later on in the day, though. I would not be surprised. Just a rough estimate. That is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But luckily, it's not hitting a whole lot of areas. But baseball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I wonder if it's tornado possible. Ooh, that lightning strike was crazy. I don't see a tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning. So it should be fine. But that is one heck of a supercell, I will say. That is a mean supercell that's producing a lot of large hail. Near El Indio. It's only 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. 1 severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat considerable tag, and then another one with a damage threat destructive tag. So basically, in total, we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. I probably don't need this radar anymore. Probably don't need that radar anymore. This radar would probably be the next one to go. The one in San Angelo. Will I be streaming again tomorrow? I doubt it. I could, but I kind of doubt it. Unless if some funny business happens. You know, I don't really see too much. But that's kind of what I got. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Looking on Twitter, trying to see what I got. Jeez. Jordan Hall has an amazing shot. I probably can't show this on stream. Okay, but if you want to go see it, it is really an amazing shot of the storm. All right, and the reason why I say that, well, you know what? I want you guys to just go see it for yourself. All right, go take a look. No joke. Go take a look. It is an amazing shot of the thunderstorm and or supercell. It is as green as you're gonna get it. I mean, that's just pretty cool in my opinion. San Angelo has now been hit. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious, though, from the beginning when we were watching it. But, there's the live look at San Angelo. Nothing really too much to see now, which is the fortunate thing. It looks like the storms have kind of deteriorated a little. And yeah, actually, that is kind of the case. So ZDR, all right, higher values of ZDR basically shows... there's two ways that I'm going to describe ZDR. One is the higher values of ZDR you have, the stronger the updrafts are within the storm. The other thing about it that I'm going to describe as to what ZDR is, differential reflectivity, is ZDR looks at the shape of the actual objects and or particles in the sky. Okay? That's the best way I can put it. If it's a positive ZDR, more positive ZDR, it is a vertically stretched particle. All right, vertically stretched. So a vertical oval. If it is neutral, so 0, it is spherical, like a circle. And if it is negative, it is a horizontally stretched, particle and or solid object. And so why do I say the positive values of ZDR shows updrafts? Well, if you had, a drop of water, right? And let's say you threw it somewhere, okay? The drop of water would create a raindrop that would be something like this, right? And so the raindrop would in this case be vertically stretched, or well, in this case horizontally stretched because you threw it horizontally. But if the updraft, all right, is moving air from the ground to the sky, all right, you have an upside down raindrop here that is vertically stretched, right? So, and by the way, you know, you can even have rain that's falling down towards the ground and it would be a high ZDR value as well. And so, basically, this is more for vertically stretched profiles. This is what ZDR usually finds the most, because if stuff's falling, usually you're going to have hail, and the radar is going to pick up more of that hail than that rain, because, well, one thing is larger than another. But, yeah. ZDR, very nice product. It actually is one of my 2 favorite products to use. ZDR and Spectrum Width are my 2 favorite products to use on radar. No joke, because I look at them a lot. And people are like, oh, what is ZDR? How does it work? If you guys understood completely how it worked and what you can use for it, oh my gosh, there's so much potential. There's so many things that you can look out for. But you see a lot of these gray areas. It's a lot of hail and or sky. Go to reflectivity. Yep, in the background, it is sky, it is air, it is just small little teeny raindrops that are just floating. Right there, I would anticipate that to be hail. Because if we go back to reflectivity, actually, no, that's air. That's a pocket of air right in the middle of the storm. So that's kind of funny. It is really funny, actually. This right here, all right? So a lot of rain, a lot of heavy rain. Go to reflectivity. That is the case here too. So you have to use reflectivity and differential reflectivity in tandem to each other, but it is still an amazing product. And if we actually go down south, if we go to the storm that's along the border of Texas and Mexico, all right? So we have heavy amounts of pinks over here. You would think this is rain. Nope. You see the grays right there? That's hail. So it measures as a low value or a 0 value of ZDR. But then if you take a look in other spots right there, you can see you have the reds and yellows over here. This is clearly rain. Pretty cool, right? So, love ZDR with that. What's the difference between ZDR and CC if they both scan objects in the atmosphere? CC basically determines as to whether or not it's rain or not. So if you have a high correlation coefficient, it is more tailored towards rain. And if it's a lower correlation coefficient, you know, let's say from 90% and down, we'll even say 95% and down. All right, we'll say 95% and down. Then it's more of not rain. So ZDR looks at the sizes of the particles, and correlation coefficient looks at the density of the particles and finds which one is more, or I should say the closest to the density of rain and the size of rain, stuff like that. Density and size is almost the same thing, but you get the point. You get the point for the most part. Yep, I'm praying for you, April. So, do what you can. Do what you can. I'll be able to take care of the chat, stuff like that. No biggie, no biggie. Evening, Leo. Take care, Mark. Flash flood warning considerable issued for San Angelo. Sheesh. Oh, that is a lot of hail. That's also a lot of flash flooding there, too. This was sent by a viewer. and southwestern portions of San Angelo. Right here. And look at this. You can see little bits of hail there. But look at the flash flooding. Look at the flash flooding there. It's in the middle of the roadway. How fast those waters are racing across. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Take a look at East Dallas. I sure can. Eastern Dallas is just getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms, so I'm not anticipating too much. They could get a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Fort Worth and northern Fort Worth, towards the Grapevine, Keller, and Roanoke areas. Large hail I'm starting to see inside the storm is possible. So this would be near the Fort Worth Naval Air Station. So over there. And then the Fort Worth Meacham International Airport. That's where I'd be watching for some large hail. And again, here probably 4 inches today. Pool's running over. My goodness. And there's expected to be more rain coming too. More rain coming for sure. Especially for you all over there. I'm actually curious as to what the risk for severe weather is tomorrow. There's a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale tomorrow with a 2% chance for tornadoes. So that's kind of interesting. As I said, I'm pretty, I'm watching very closely. Thursday, there is the threat for tornadoes in Dixie Alley, specifically Mississippi, Alabama area. So I'm watching that pretty closely. Rotation near Juneau. Now I gotta see. Did she call it? Did she call it? Oh, it's all the way down there. What is this? It's that cell. Let's go see. Survey says, yeah, there is. There is a little rotation near Juneau. Good call, good call. Is it in a good environment? Kinda. I wouldn't be surprised if it produced a weak tornado. Very weak tornado. A land spout. A gustnado. Something like that. I wouldn't be surprised, but good call. Good call. So, if you know anyone that lives in Juneau, Texas, I would watch out for some severe weather possible in your area. And that's south of I-10. That's south of I-10. That's some rotation right there. Fair Oaks and Penrose. Where have you been? It's in a good environment for storm relative helicity. Decent environment for Cape too. The rotation in Mexico south of the Piedras Negras in Texas looks like that for a while, and I wanted to know. Yes, there is rotation with that storm. Producing a lot of hail with it, too. Abilene, Texas. Yes, I did need to take a look at that here in a second. Abilene's starting to get hit by a line. I don't see too much severe activity with it. I don't see too much, though. So I think Abilene could go to sleep. But the line, let's put it this way. There's a line that's about to hit them here within the next 5 to 10 minutes. As soon as the line passes through, you guys are done. You guys are done. You guys are good. Linear storms over in Vancouver Island. I might have to check that in a bit. Because that's kind of interesting. What is this near Paint Rock? Absolutely nothing. Let me take a look back at Dallas Fort Worth. So it looks like there was briefly a storm that produced some large hail over near Fort Worth. Now the line is starting to move on through. I wonder, I know there's a lot of cameras. I know there's a lot of Sky cameras. I don't know where this is looking at, to be completely honest with you. I have no clue. Intel with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to me. Everyone say thank you to Intel if you haven't already. Really does mean a lot. See ya, Theresa. Don't know if I'm going to be live tomorrow, but I definitely could be live on Thursday. Regardless, if I don't do anything tomorrow, I'll make a video. So. Yeah, it has been pretty sad. I mean, all we can do is pray now. At least, that's what I'm going to do. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot to my channel. Golf ball sized hail reported over in Carlsbad, north and west of San Angelo. Also had multiple trees and branches down in Water Valley, which is north and west of that, too. San Angelo looks to be getting out of the risk. So if you're in San Angelo, you should be good now. If you're on the southern side, you're probably not specifically near Cristobal. But San Angelo and north and west of San Angelo. There it is. That's the thing to watch. Might be a storm that's heading off towards the Lampasas, Killeen, and Round Rock, Austin area here soon. I don't know exactly where, specifically where. But that might be a storm to watch very closely here soon. With some strong damaging winds and spotty hail. And that is a supercell that is starting to track east. So that'd be Burnett, as well as Bertram, Watson, Florence, Liberty Hill, and Georgetown. They will be hit by these storms. Or this storm here that's producing some large hail. Now, this storm won't get to I-35 until 2 hours from now, so there's obviously a lot of time. But that is a storm to watch. Is Dallas going to get any bad weather? I don't think you guys are going to be hit by some significant amounts of weather. But I'm watching it regardless. That's one of the main reasons why I'm still on right now, is I'm watching this very closely in case this actually does do anything. But as soon as this does pass through, as soon as this does pass through, then probably will call it quits for this evening. So yeah, Dallas will be impacted here in about an hour. Unless if you're in the southwestern portions of Dallas, then it'll be sooner than that. Way sooner than that. Yep, Emma, that would be true. That is true. Storm moving south, can't tell. Nope, so let's play the loop here. I know I haven't really been talking about it all too much, and I think I've done a really good job of not talking all too much about it. But I really do appreciate all the support to the channel. All right, we have over 900 likes now on the live stream. Really does mean a lot to me. And we have a lot of subscribers, 33,429 subscribers now, which is absolutely insane. We're climbing, we're getting there. We are getting there. Jeez. Ah, what is that? Spike the crap out of that thing. Hope you guys didn't see that. Now I gotta watch that for myself. I wonder if you guys saw the big bug. Yeah, I wonder if, because I just saw it myself. Guys could have saw it. There's a big bug. It's back again. What is it doing? Just flew up again from the depths of I don't know where. Yeah, it was a big bug. It's back again. Stop. Go away. I don't know what you are, but you need to consider the following. Stop. Stop. It's flying all over the place. It seems. Ah! Go die. No one wants you here. No one wants you here. Leave me alone. Go away. Turn on the other light. That's it. It can go away. There it is. Kill it. Yay. Ah! Yeah, that thing can go away. My mom can go away too. She's clearly laughing about it in the background. Nate versus Bug, the movie. I turned on the other light so that the bug can go to that light. Stay away from me. Don't make me put you down. Yeah, bug needs a life. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. Did I say Liberty Hill earlier? Couldn't really catch it. Did I say Liberty Hill? Yeah, my mom's laughing in the background because she clearly sees that I just had a big bug that just flew over me and I tried to kill it and I didn't. Yeah, Liberty Hill. Yeah, they're in a severe, or at least they're close to a severe thunderstorm warning. And they're gonna get it eventually. Probably in about an hour and a half. Probably in about an hour and a half. Oh, the cat's the bug hunter, huh? I don't know where it is. It's been flying all over the place.
Well, I think you got the window open.
No, I do not. I think it came from last night's window open, though.
Oh.
If you want to set him inside, you can.
All right.
He'll just consider
He'll
it fun.
hunt it.
Yeah, hopefully he'll hunt it. He'll also scratch the door. Alright, cat, you know what to do. Do something. No! That's not what I want you to do! No. There's a... Don't meow at me. There's a bug in here. Alright? I want you to do your job. I want you to do your job as a cat. Stop! Don't meow me. There's a bug in here. Alright? Yeah, look at me. There's a bug in here. I want you to find it. Damage report. The bug has done everything. Alright, well, anyways. Back to the subject at hand. Can you see the cat? Yeah. Hold up. Wait, where'd he go? Come here. No. Hey. Stop it. You're not allowed to scratch the carpet. Come here. There it is. Cat. Dude. The bug is right there. Listen. Alright? Don't meow. There it is. Look. It's right there. Do something. He sees it. He sees it. He saw it. And now he's in attack mode. Oh. He's trying to kill it. Did he kill it? He killed it. Oh no, he didn't kill it. He's attacking the bug. Here, I'll have you all view it live. There he is. He's currently tracking the bug. It's around here somewhere. Oh, he sees it. Oh, he sees it. Oh, it's up above me. It's right there. He's going to kill. He has definitely lost sight of it temporarily. Oh no, he might be eating it. I think he's eating it. He's definitely killing the bug. Or at least he's trying to. Yeah, I think he's biting it. I think he's eating it. He might be eating the bug. Yeah, well, that's our weather report here for today. The bug is dead. Have you killed it? Have you killed it? I think he's done all he can. Ow. Alrighty. Janice with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Janice with the 5 again. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. The bug has been put down. The bug has been put down. His name is Rocky. So it's ironic that he's the cat that is... No! No! You're not allowed to scratch my carpet. Did you actually kill it, though? Did you eat it? Here. I know you want to leave, but people want to see you. You're apparently more popular than I am, so... Come here. Let us examine. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah. Meow. Fine. I'll let you out. You better kill the bug. If the bug's not dead, I'm bringing you back in. Actually, let me turn on the light to see. I don't see the bug anymore. So he could have ate the bug. Alright. If you want to leave, you can. Thank you for your commitment. I salute your service to the commitment of keeping this room bug free. Alright, back to the subject at hand. Back to the subject at hand. Ah. The bug should have considered the following. I think he was in the bookmark. I think the bug was in the bookmark. What'd you miss? There was a bug that attacked my room and my cat killed it. Yeah, PDS bug warning. Dude, that bug was huge. I don't know what it was. But it just was... It was huge. It looked like a hybrid of a daddy long leg and a mosquito. Alright, well, back to the subject at hand. There are only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. There's only 3. One with some really large hail on it. That's our damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Another with just general amounts of hail approaching the Loma Alda areas. And then, how big was it? It was huge. Like, probably the entire bug span was the size of my pointer finger. My pointer finger is about, I'd say, 3 to 4 inch, no, 4 inches long, maybe 5 inches long. I'd say 4 inches, 4.5. I don't know, can't measure. Better not have been the bug. If that was the bug, I would have lost it. I was about to say the bug's not dead. It's definitely not a moth. It had skinny legs. Skinny legs. Those are mosquito killers. Well, the cat has killed the mosquito killer. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. That wasn't a moth. I don't know what that was. I think I'm starting to lose my mind. Starting to lose my mind now. Oh, that's a VDS. So that's another destructive storm. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and... What? 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts here. Near Lano. Butchenden Dam and Burnett. So if you know anyone that lives over here in Texas, near the Butchenden Dam in Lano, 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's over hurricane force that's starting to move on through. Holy. Mosquito hawks? That makes sense. The what? Well, that's pretty cool. There's a little Death Devil from Falcon Storm Chasing. That's pretty cool. Hmm.
Hey, the storm north of Del Rio actually looks kind of nice. If you want to check that out.
I've been looking at that storm for a while. It's just been weird. The storm has been weird. That's not the right radar. That's the right radar. Yeah, these storms over here north of Del Rio have just been doing stuff, but not too much. When's the cat and bug merch? Oh, here we go. Here we go. So now we have... Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5? Where's the 5th? What? They did issue it for this storm. They did do it. It has a tornado possible tag. I knew it. Why? What will it be like for Kentucky tonight? Might get some gentle showers and thunderstorms, but tomorrow is when you guys are really going to get your activity. Which will be strong damaging winds and maybe even the chance for a tornado. Jeez. What do I think for Thursday? I definitely think it'll be a slight risk at minimum. Definitely see slight risk. Could be an enhanced. Could be a 10 tour. But for right now, I'll say slight.
Check Discord DMs whenever you have the chance to.
Probably not, Mason. Probably not. New mesoscale discussion. And they're going to say new severe thunderstorm watch warranted soon. So there is going to be a new severe thunderstorm watch that will be issued for San Antonio and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to be on during that time frame right there. But we're starting to get close to the end of the risk. Starting to get close to the end of the risk. Looks like the stuff in Dallas, it doesn't look like it's doing too much, which is kind of the good news. Jeez. What? I just read something that I'm just like, what? Rangers tied the series 2-2. I gotta say, all right, I'm gonna talk about football for just a little bit. What about that Kyle Fuller signing for Baltimore? Let's go. As a Ravens fan, I am excited. As a season ticket holder, I am excited. It is now playoffs or bust. And if it doesn't happen, I'm rioting with everyone else. But I'm super excited. As a football fan, Yeah, good for Morgan. Good for Morgan, not, you know, losing his mind. Here's a picture of flooding over in the county warning area of Lubbock. Look at that. That truck is almost submerged. That's pretty submerged. They issue a severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be the southern side, like the Waxahachie. Actually, it's not Waxahachie. I remember this because I covered this once. It's Waxahachie. Waxahachie. Or Waxahachie. Something like that. Eddie, Texas. It's between Waco and Temple. Really? I mean, I think you guys are going to see some severe weather. I do think you guys are going to see some severe weather here soon. I actually don't doubt that you guys probably could. The main brunt of it, however, might be a bit to your south. Might be more towards Gerald and Georgetown, Burnett, Bertram, Liberty Hall, or Liberty Hill, I should say. Yeah, all I gotta say is that if Kyle Fuller is a fraction of his former self in Chicago, the Ravens are probably going to have one of the best cornerback threes in all of football. Anything here in Dallas? A lot of strong damaging winds. You could get away with some of them being severe too. Go back up here. Fort Worth is temporarily in the clear. They are going to see some more activity, but they are temporarily in the clear. Dallas, at least downtown Dallas, is going to be impacted here in about 20 minutes. And the storm should hypothetically be out out of the Dallas metro area here in about, I would say, 35, 40 minutes. I'd say 40 minutes. Jonesboro and Arkansas area, they're pretty much fine. They're pretty much fine. I sit over here quietly because I'm a Jaguars fan. There it is. Hey, I mean, it'll take a little bit, but I think the Jaguars could try and get somewhere. It'll take a little bit, though. You guys have a lot of work. They really did just issue a severe thunderstorm watch over there, so there it is. Yes, there is a tornado possible. Severe thunderstorm warning heading towards Jonesboro. But I think the storm in general has been trying to sustain for quite some time. If it is going to continue to sustain, it'll be hitting the west side of Jonesboro. But lapse rates over here in this environment are not good. And we haven't had a tornado over here today, so. You're a retired Eagles fan? There you go. Yeah, Intel. Like Round Rock, tornadoes over near Round Rock, where our storm chaser Matt was chasing during that. That was pretty crazy. Thanks, Janice. There is a little bit of rotation, but it's very broad, and it's been broad since Kingdom Come. So, if there is anything, I'll say something about it, but I don't see a whole lot. I don't. Not right now, at least. Does ZDR tell me otherwise? My nose continues to itch over and over. Stop. We get a tornado in Levon? Would that be in Texas, my friend? I don't think you guys could. I think it'll be a lot of strong, damaging winds, if there is anything. Can you go to bed in Harrison County? Any severe weather for PA? Unlikely. Not until Friday, at least. Harrison County, Texas. I'd say you can. Your activity is going to be more tomorrow morning. Let's go back to that severe thunderstorm warning down south. And once again, there's a big storm that's moving on through near the Burnett and Bertram areas, as well as Liberty Hill and Georgetown. A lot of large hail here, according to the maximum expected hail size indicator. And a lot of strong damaging winds, too. Actually, I have a pixel here saying 84 mile per hour winds, which is pretty crazy. This says 70 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail for the most part. So this storm definitely is a wind maker. If we take a look at reflectivity, I would have to agree. You can see it arc out like this. So that means the wind just comes in and then it just creates a little bit of an arc. Right? It bows out the line. And a lot of strong damaging winds with that. We'll actually play the loop here. And you can see how this actually is molded out to be the case. You can see how that front part of the line has just been jutting out more and more. And because of that, have a lot of strong damaging winds within this storm. So Burnett, Watson, Briggs, Florence, Bertram, Liberty Hill. Excuse me. something on my throat, and it's making my throat raspy. Which kind of sucks, but. What do the blue circles indicate above Waco? They're just the, basically, long story short, they tell me what the environment is like. They tell me what the environment is like. Within this area. So I'm able to know as to what's going on. Long story short. Think you can go to bed? You're in Liberty Hill? I mean, it's... Storm might be going a little bit north of you. You'll get hit here in 30 minutes. You'll get hit here in 30 minutes. There'll be some spotty hail with it as well. But I don't think you're getting too much. Everyone really wants me to continue to look at the severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas. As I keep saying, this isn't really doing all too much. It's been very meh. But so it's been disorganized, and it's going to continue to be disorganized for the most part, especially as it heads towards Jonesboro. There's a cell in Belton right now. It's about to hit Temple, but it's not. It's actually moving north. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if that could potentially try to become supercellular here soon. That right there is an SVC. That's a ZDR arc right there. You can see ZDR arcing just like that. As I said, if you see a ZDR arc just like that, if it had higher values, you could see, or you could tell that that storm's trying to intensify and maybe even sustain. So really interesting. But right now, as I said, storm's over from Lampasas all the way down towards Marble Falls and Kingsland, approaching the Burnett areas. And this thing's going to continue to rumble on through. Anything happening in St. Louis tonight? I kind of doubt it. Weather update on Grayson. Grayson, depending upon where you are in Grayson County, could determine as to whether or not you're out of the risk. So if you're in southern portions of Grayson, you guys could still potentially get some strong damaging winds. They may not be severe. But there is still the threat for it. And if you're north of that, so if you're like from Sherman, Whitesboro, and Denison and north, in my honest opinion, you're going to continue to see a lot of rain and heavy showers and thunderstorms. But I think your main risk is pretty much over. So you guys can go to bed. You guys can go to sleep. How do you look at old tornado warnings? Are you talking about for Omega? I don't think Omega can do that. To where you can look at old tornado warning text. With GR2, you can. So a lot of people are asking about tomorrow. This is the risk for severe weather tomorrow. You can see right here, expansive 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. You can see a lot of the green here. Now, some areas over here could get increased to a 2 out of 5 if you were asking specifically. You're asking me specifically as to where that could be. You know, I could potentially see it here in portions of Louisiana, along coastal areas of the United States. And I can see it in some other areas too. But if you're in the 1 out of 5 here tomorrow, all right, I would treat it as a 2 out of 5 in general and just watch out for severe weather. I definitely would. So Gunter, I'd watch out still. I don't think you guys are quite done yet. If you give it 30 to 45 minutes, then you should pretty much be done. Apparently there was a tornado warning for your city. There was a tornado warning for Des Arc and Griffithville and Georgetown earlier today. The cell on the Texas-Mexico border, it's massive. I sure can. The cell has continuously sustained itself and has a huge hail spike. Look at here. Big hail spike. Look at that. That's basically the radar being corrupted by the amounts of hail in there. Large amounts of hail with the storm, and it's huge. It's massive. We can actually go back in time and see this is what it looked like before. And this is a heck of a supercell. I'm actually curious. Shall we, chat? Heck of an inflow notch. Look at that. Look at that inflow notch. Now, this is definitely a hailer. This is definitely a hailer because you can tell this updraft here is straight up and down instead of tilted. This is a straight up and down supercell. So, but very large hail with that storm. And that's your hail core right there. Look at how expansive that hail is. Jeez. Huge hail core. Somewhat safe to go to sleep in Austin? I'd say yes. But you could see some more activity probably 2 to 3 hours from now. I won't be on by the time it gets to you. Just make sure you have a way of getting warnings if anything does go awry, but otherwise, don't really see too much. Rocky's a great cat. True facts. So random thunderstorm risk at the US-Canada border. It always happens. It always happens. It's pretty stupid. Do I see a break in the weather pattern for the US anytime soon? Define break. Are you talking about something that, where we don't get anything for like a couple of days or a week or, define break. Yeah, Austin, they're pretty much fine to go to sleep for the most part. Jeez, big omega block towards. Don't get severe weather for 2 weeks, then that's going to be a long time, my friend. A long time before something like that happens. Do we have a severe storm in El Dorado? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Someone said Alabama could potentially see something. I want to check. It said Piedmont. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation. This radar might be better. Peachtree City. Doesn't have a tornado possible tag on it, surprisingly. What weather app do I use when you're out and about? It's a combination, honestly. So I'll limit it to two things. Okay? If I just wanted to take a look at radar, I'm either using Radar Omega, which is what you guys can currently see on your screen. You guys have all sorts of products that you can use and whatnot. Or Radar Scope. But Radar Omega, I probably use a little bit more. One, because there's a lot more towns and communities that are put up on here. So Radar Scope doesn't have as many towns and cities that you can see. Two, it actually has the satellite map up, so you can see familiar geological stuffs that you're accustomed to. And three, because it has a lot more products and whatnot that you can use. So a lot more stuff that you can use. Of course, if you have, subscribed and stuff like that. But yeah, Omega is a good one, and Scope is a good one. So Radar Omega, Radar Scope. Those are like radar stuff. They don't give you forecasts. They just tell you what's happening right now. Let's go back to the stuff over in Dallas-Fort Worth. So the line is starting to move on through. Luckily, it's not super significant. That might be a storm that's trying to produce a tornado, though. And that's very interesting if that's the case. If that is producing a tornado, the people of Blooming Grove, Barry, Corsicana, and Oak Valley need to watch out. What have you missed? Not too much. At least I don't believe you missed too much. What radar app, or what weather app not do weather app? That's a hot take and a half. All of them do the trick for the most part. It's just whether or not which one is more accurate or not. At least with forecasts. So basically what I'm saying for the most part is that any of them will do if they're trying to give you like what could potentially happen in the future. Of course, you can also look at the National Weather Service, and they give their own forecasts and stuff like that, which is nice. Of course, Weather Channel, AccuWeather, and all sorts of stuff like that. Of course, though. Why do I keep saying that? But if you want stuff that's live, like weather radar. So if you have any thunderstorms that are moving on through and you want to see what's happening, a Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Omega's the one that I use the most, though, out of the two. Unless if it's, like, on my phone for whatever reason. For whatever reason, I use on my phone because I'm, like, probably the most used to it. I should be moving over, though, to something else. For whatever reason, I keep trying to use scope, but that might be because I've been so used to it for, like, Kingdom Come. But Omega is just a hint better in that department. Now, I will say, if you're trying to track the stuff in Germany and Canada, like what I do, then Scope's going to be the best way to go. Scope is better than Omega if you're trying to track Canadian and German severe weather. And for the people of the United States, they might be like, well, why should I care? You probably shouldn't too much. All right, but for a person like me who on this YouTube channel does cover Canada and Germany, radar scope is so much better. Only because of one reason. All right, you can have the maps, you can have all the stuff and whatnot that you want, but if your radar doesn't work, then what good is it? And radar scope de-aliases their velocities, and that is a winner for me. NAM is not the most accurate. No, go away. Go away. The NAM is not the most accurate. If you want the most accurate weather model, it's the RAP model. As of right now, at least. Check the cell south of Lampasas. I sure can. I know exactly where that is. Let's go see. The cell south of Lampasas still creating a lot of strong damaging winds. Burnett's actually had reports of damage to trees. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are approaching the Georgetown, Gerald, I-35 area. So need to watch out. My radar works well. Yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does. Um. The outlook for Tyler, Texas, a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. All right, so Dallas just got hit. Not really too much happening over there. There's still this storm that's near Hubbard. I'm watching that. This is the storm that could potentially go tornado warn, maybe. And as soon as I say anything about it, the frickin' the rotation dies on me, which is kind of hilarious. But it did have some pretty well-defined rotation earlier. Nah, there it is, Pinkfish. That is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. I think the main activity will be... Well, Liberty Hill could get some hail as well. I think the main strong damaging winds are either going to be near Bertram or near Watson and Briggs. That's where I'm thinking. Has anything happened today? Missed most of it. There was a significant tornado in the western portions of Texas again. PDS tornado warning and whatnot. Yep, no problem. Yeah, we probably will be ending the stream here soon. Probably will be ending the stream here soon. I just wanted to double check to make sure that everything was pretty much all good as we got closer to I-35. And that does seem to be the case, in my honest opinion. So the real area to watch, there's only one area here. South of Lampasas, heading towards Gerald, Salado, Watson, Florence, Bertram, Liberty Hill. Yeah, West Texas has been going off crazy over the past couple of days. Yo, the bot has subscribed to the channel and therefore now has permission to say stuff in the chat. Bot, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription, bot. The bot subscribed to the channel, and therefore, thank you for the subscription. Sup, Kazu? Kazoo. Bot loves me. Apparently, it knows that I'm single and I have no experience. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not funny. Texas derecho? I kind of doubt it a little bit. I don't think it is. Eric, should be fine. It'll be tomorrow morning when you see stuff. It'll be tomorrow morning when you actually see activity over there in El Dorado. There's not many subscribers we have right now. People are just saying, hey, bunch of subscriptions and stuff like that. The bot has contributed. It was the 33,439th subscriber to the channel, which, by the way, to the other people, to the other 33,438 people who actually subscribed, I really do appreciate your guys' support. Once again, thank you guys so much. Really does mean a lot to me. Due to a leak in the roof? Really? That's kind of funny. How do you have a leak in the roof? Yeah, I don't like that either, Kayak. They could fix that. It'd be so much better radar application, but anything for Waco? I think Waco is a little bit too far north, although they do have severe winds within their area, but I think they're fine. I think they're fine for the most part. Where's the PDS tornado warning at? It was over near the Garden City area. So that was south and east of Midland, Texas. Garden City. Yeah, I think I'm going to end it here. Probably in 7 minutes. I don't see too much. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning, of course. A couple more severe thunderstorm warnings. But I don't see too much in regards to the tornado potential. I really don't. Of course, severe weather is still a thing. Severe weather is definitely still a thing. I want to look at one thing to try and see if I'm okay to end the stream here soon. It looks like I'm in a good spot. It looks like I'm in a good spot. So, Adley Rutschman. Wait, what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? Just saved the game for the O's? Really? Oh, jeez. We called him up. We called him up. A lot of people as the Yankees fans are saying they never want to see Aaron Hicks in a Yankees uniform ever again. College Station can be quiet tonight. No, I think you're going to get a lot of strong damaging winds. Is there any questions you guys have before I end the stream here this evening? Morgan, I also want to call you after the stream if you don't mind. We called him up. Called him up. Never been. That has never been a more correct statement. There it is. Well, I just want to talk to you for a little bit. It's not like I'm going to be playing Uno with you. Well, I'd be on Discord after stream. Maybe. Probably not. Alright, that seems to be it. Don't see anything else. Do I see any more tornado potential anywhere in Texas? Not really. I really don't. That's kind of the reason why I'm ending the stream now. So thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. I have a Discord server that will also be in the Discord. There it is. That'll also be in the description down below. If you want to become a member, hit that join button. That'd be greatly appreciated. Will I be live on Thursday? Don't know. I don't know if I'm even going to be live tomorrow. Probably not, which means I'll probably make a video tomorrow night that will be discussing the threat for the severe weather event on Thursday as well. So that'll be something to note. But otherwise, that's going to be it for me. Thank you guys so much for watching. I will catch you guys next time. So peace out. No music tonight. We didn't have music coming in. So, I'll leave it on a good note. Take luck. Take luck. Take luck.